Okay, the time is 2 p.m., so I'm going to call the Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 regular council meeting to order, and I'll begin with the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located within Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta, District 11, the ancestral and traditional territory of the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and we acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. It is because of our treaty relationship that we can live, work, and play on Treaty 6 territory. Thank you. Okay, the first item that we have is the consent agenda, and on consent is the approval of the January 23rd, 2024 regular council meeting minutes and the approval of the January 15th special council meeting minutes and the municipal census final approval. So what is the wish of council? Councillor Nguyen, just a second. Doesn't want to go. Okay, there you are.
I'll move that council approve the agenda items 3.1, 3.2, and 7.1 on our consent agenda.
Thank you. And before I call for the vote, does anybody wish to have any of these moved separately? Not hearing anything, then I will close the motion. Please cast your vote on consent agenda. And that is carried. Thank you very much. The next item that we have is delegations. We have one who has registered, pre-registered, Linda McKay. So if you're joining us, you may come up to the speaker's podium. And apparently you're speaking to 6.1 Aquatics Public Engagement. All right. So there's just a button to push to make the microphone red, and then you will have 5 minutes and they'll put a timer on you. So for the records, because we are virtual, state your name, state the item, and then you'll have 5 minutes. And on your microphone, there's a button to push. There you are, and just bring it close to you.
Is that good? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, my name is Linda McKay, and I'm here to speak or to address item 6.1. Thank you, Mayor Katcher, council members, and city administration for the opportunity to speak here today. I've lived in Fort Saskatchewan since 2008 and thoroughly enjoy all the outdoor and indoor recreation amenities the city has to offer, including the harbor pool. As an involved citizen, I've stayed informed by following the various surveys, studies, and reports, so I understand the complexities and the passion around any conversation regarding aquatic services in this city. I wish I didn't have to use these notes today, but to stay within my time limit, I think I better. So I'm here to talk about two issues. Number one, for years we've heard about people who have had difficulty getting their children into swim lessons. From what I gather, there will be an extra 16 lesson spaces per 30 minutes at the new pool, as opposed to what Harbor Pool can offer now. In reality, are these extra spaces going to make a significant difference to the wait lists for the swim lessons as our population grows? I could not find data on how long the wait lists are for each swim lesson time space, or how many spaces were left open, if any, for the non-prime time swim lesson spaces. I believe these numbers should be available and shared with everyone regularly. Prime time lesson spaces will fill first, and this will never change. People who do not get the lesson space they want will say they couldn't get their child into swim lessons. Water skills are very important. So maybe Swim to Survive program could be promoted at every school, and if the program was offered throughout the year, kids would have a chance to gain the water safety skills necessary to save themselves. The second issue I'm here to talk about is the massive amount of borrowing that is being needed for this new aquatic center and how it is going to affect our taxes. With the upcoming census question, I am worried that the city is asking to take on a large debt and that some people will not understand the magnitude of it. Building, operating, and maintaining an aquatic center is extremely expensive and will have long-lasting implications to residents and business owners. Wading through some of the numbers, I found the new operating costs of a pool at the DCC will be just under $3 million. Combined with the additional expenses like loan repayment and setting aside money for future repairs, it will bring our total annual expenditure for a pool at the DCC to approximately $6,940,521. I don't know about you, but an annual expense just shy of $7 million for the next 30 years is daunting to me. Finding the balance in all of this is getting harder to see, for there are other core services such as water and sewer delivery, policing, and the fire department who also need the available limited funds to keep this city safe and functioning. With inflation, interest rates, and cost of living, I struggle to support the request to borrow millions of dollars for one city asset and happily have this tax burden squarely on the backs of taxpayers. Future City Council members will also have to deal with this commitment, and it may limit other initiatives they would like to pursue. A new pool will be built, but I would like to see a larger population tax base and a partnership with a joint user agreement in place before this project moved forward. Some people may not care about their bottom line, but I had to come here today to express my concerns that the bottom line needs to be valued when attempting to strike the balance between vision and economic realities. I hope the citizens of Fort Saskatchewan take the time to educate themselves not only on what a shiny new building will look like, but also understand the actual financial commitment that is being asked of them to borrow a massive amount of money. So these are my concerns, and I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today.
Okay, thank you very much. You were right on the 5 minutes. I'll just ask Council, does anybody have any questions? And it would only be clarifying questions. Councillor Harris?
Linda, thanks for your presentation. Obviously, we haven't made a decision to go with the project and ultimately asking our community what they think is important. So the question I have for you, respecting the fact that there was a similar question in 2017 and it was kind of like a saw-off, but not enough people support to go forward. What do you think, if we got a response rate back in the census, would be a reasonable amount to suggest we should move forward with the project and borrow the money and do all the things necessary to make it happen?
Well, through the chair to Councillor Harris, what would reasonable amount be? Like, what are you saying, like a 50-50 or 51-49?
Well, so what do you think? If you were sitting up here in our chair, what would be the tipping point? Is it 50.1? Is it 55%? Is it 60? Is it 70? Is it 80? How would you make that decision?
You know what? That's why I'm here to express my concern with it. I understand the complexities and the difficult decision that you're going to have to make. I'm just saying that I think our tax base right now is small, and it's going to be this heavy burden for many years on all of us, residents and business owners alike. It's big, it's massive. It's kept me up at night, to tell you the truth. That's why I'm here today, because I had to get it off my head and express it, because it is worrying to me, huge. So I don't know what the actual number is going to be, and
Well, we will grapple with that, but I was curious what your thought process was. If it's 50.1 and you're happy with that as opposed to 55 or whatever.
I think
But
that's
I
too
understand
tight,
that.
and I actually think the same result is going to happen as what happened in 2017, to tell you the honest to goodness truth.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your candor.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be any other questions, so thank you for coming out and stating your opinion. We won't be dealing with the public engagement content question till much later in the agenda. You're welcome to stay. We are going to have a portion that will be in camera in between. You can also go home and watch it online if you like, so whatever you choose. Okay? All right, thank you. So I will ask if there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak about any of the items that are not going to be part of a public hearing. Not seeing any, then we will go directly into presentations. And we're very pleased to have Dow Canada update from Don Cameron, Site Manager, and Michael Liu, Public Affairs Lead. Until there's a hard question. So welcome. Okay. Now I know they've told you you have 30 minutes, so we.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Thanks for letting me come to the council and give you an update on everything that's been going on out at the site. Obviously, I think it's been an exciting few months for us, and I think we felt like it was appropriate just to come and give a quick update on where we are, what we see in the next few months, and activities that are ongoing right now. So we thought that it would be good to start with, well, first I have to get the forward-looking statement, right? So as usual, we are going to be talking about the future, but these involve risks and uncertainties. So don't go dump your life savings in based on these statements alone. So what do we want to cover? I do want to just briefly cover how our year has been, just to bring the council up to speed on that. But I want to spend the bulk of it talking a little bit about where we are with the Path to Zero project, a little bit about key activities and what we see happening. I know there's a lot of questions here. I'll briefly hit why Fort Saskatchewan. I know you've seen some of that, but quickly I want to get into where we are with site prep and construction, buildings, and some of the other areas there. And then we'll finish with some community outreach, quick discussion. So, okay, so I think from an overall, I just wanted to hit a couple of things that happened. We had a pretty big year last year. We had 0 injuries last year out at our site. That's a big milestone for us. We have not done that in many, many years. So we sent our folks home the way they came to work, and we're really proud of that. A couple of our key partners, Illuma and CAM, both received awards, the Canadian Safety Achievement Awards in 2023. So we really feel like we're trying to live up to our obligation to provide a very safe place in this community for folks to work. Flaring, we talk a lot about flaring. I know I live in the community, right? When you flare, you know, that's never a good thing. And we were 25% below our 10-year average. So we continue our efforts to really reduce our flaring. We know that every time we do that, that disrupts the community and it sends the message, even though that's a very safe way to control our plants and it's well within our permits, it's still not, it's something we want to reduce and bring to 0 if we can. And productivity, we did set a number of production records. Our plants ran flat out last year. Throughout the year, demand continues to be very strong for our products that we make here. And we had no lack of demand. That is a little bit different than some of our sister facilities in other areas like Europe and other areas that are struggling. We have a very good position in our ability to produce product here. So we were able to set some records with production and products, and that was really something we're very proud about at the site. So I know a lot of you have seen some of the discussion about why we were looking and why our corporation was coming to Fort Saskatchewan, and I just wanted to maybe briefly hit those again because these continue to be reasons why Dow wants to continue to invest here, right? I think the feedstock advantage, we always hear about the Alberta advantage, right? So that's not anything new to you guys, but we do continue to see high availability of ethane, lots lots of availability of natural gas, even though for us, in many ways, we're going to be shifting to a different feedstock, but that is an advantage. And then, of course, the infrastructure to be able to capture carbon dioxide, CO2. That's something that's really unique. Many people are trying. There's multiple projects underway in Belgium, down in Louisiana and in Texas right now to try to reproduce what we already have here today. We have growth in the infrastructure with transportation sequestration. We have government support, which includes our municipal support here. That is a very key part of the decision. It's one reason why the board of directors came last year in June, was to gauge the government appetite for this, and that includes our municipal, our provincial, and then of course our federal support. So we have very good federal support there, and that included some significant incentives that really pushed us over the line to choose here versus a couple of other options. And then finally, we have our long-standing record of safety. We feel like we're a good community partner, and we love being here, and we feel like that this is a key place we want to invest to be here for the next 50 years, right? So anyways, just again, maybe this is a little bit fluff, but I always feel like it's important to talk about why Fort Sask continues to be really in the front of our Dow corporate discussions. So final investment decision. Some of you were there, including our mayor. So was able to come speak to our group. We had the press conference, quite an event, and we were very proud of that. Included many government officials, Minister Freeland, Premier Smith. Lots of folks were out there. Quite an interesting bus ride, I can tell you. I think Mayor was on that, and I personally have never had to juggle quite those competing folks at the same time. But it went really, really well, and I think all in all, it was an event that really set the stage for where we're going. All right, so I wanted to show this. This maybe is one of the first. I don't remember if we showed this last time, but for those of you who are somewhat familiar with the Dow site, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're intending to go do out there at our site. And again, all this is on land that for the most part we owned. We did acquire some land, but the buildings in blue are plants that today are operating and have been operating for a long time. The areas in green are areas that are blank today, or were places where we had plants historically that have been removed or have been taken away. And so what you see in red are locations of where we're going to have new assets, right? So if you can visualize, Highway 15 is running here. So this is coming out of Fort Saskatchewan. And many of you, Range Road 220 would be over here on the far right side. And I'll just, at a high level, you can see that we're going to make a significant increase in the number of assets that sit out there. Starting with from the road, many of you, when you're driving out going towards Lamont, you can see our current furnace sections that sit there. That's probably one of the more visible parts of our site when you're driving along the road. You're gonna essentially see that completely doubled over here on the side of it. And we also have space for Lindy, who's going to be making a sizable investment on the site as well. And then we're going to have several new polyethylene production facilities as well going in, as well as new energy cogen facilities to generate electricity and steam. The other part that I wanted to just highlight, and we're going to talk a little bit about in a minute, is right off of what we call our East Gate, which is the second gate as you're coming out of Fort Saskatchewan. We have finalized the purchase of that. There's a small triangle of land that we did not own. And so we now own that land. And we are actually, if you've driven through there, we've actively broken ground, and we are aggressively working on building several new buildings. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second. So let me just pause for a minute. I just want to let you see this, because I don't think we've shown it in this scope before in council, but I just wanted to give a little bit of a sense of what we're attempting to go do out there. Okay. All right. We can come back to it too. Okay. So where are we? Ongoing sites. So following FID, our program leaped into action. And so we've been ramping up through winter. They are very pleased with our mild winter that we've had, because it has allowed us to make a lot more progress than they originally were planning to make. But we've got about 200 to 250 workers on site right now. If you go out there and even if from the road, there is major dirt work going on right now. Major activities lots of dump trucks leveling land, moving, really a lot of it just moving land or dirt around the site for the most part to different places. You can see even some pictures on the bottom there. That's all happening as we speak, because what we're trying to get done as we get into 2024 is complete. We're installing all new fiber optics. We're installing new communication facilities. Temporary power has all been run. New gates for construction. One of the things that I'm sure the council may eventually hear, but is we are very close to putting in 2 construction entrances out onto Range Road 220. We're working with the county on that. That's become a process that we're having to work through, but that's actually something that you will see in the next few months. Hopefully we open up 2 new entrances out onto 220 to allow for construction to that side of the side. We're going to be working on training, badging. We're going to be putting in the first piles going into the ground, and then we're going to start to see a lot of pipe and steel starting to arrive. A lot of that stuff was put on order last year to try to get ahead. In case, I think we've talked about this before, but supply chain is a major thing, and especially with these projects. And it's interesting to me, especially as we look at competitors that are announcing new growth and big projects that are coming. A lot of this stuff is 1 to 3 year lead times on some of these major pieces of equipment, steel, right? So that was a big part of why we did our preliminary investment decision, was in part so that we could get some of that stuff pre-ordered and be in a position moving into the next couple of years. So this is what's happening now. We expect to hit 500 by May, June. And as we move through the summer, that should be, I would say we could hit 1,000 during the summer on a daily basis. Going into the site this summer, again, mainly focused on steel work, groundwork, preparing for the major equipment installation. Okay, yeah, all right. So let me hit my notes here real quick. As we move forward here, I wanted to talk a little bit about the buildings, because although this is not a huge part of our project money-wise, it will probably be one of the more visible things that you will see when we're driving by Dow Chemical, right? And so what you see here is a picture of this triangular land that has been used as a parking lot in other cases right here. What we're planning to do is construct 2 major buildings. One will be what we're calling a diamond administration building. It's going to basically be a diamond-shaped building that will allow up to about 150 to 175 people to have office space. It'll have a large theater, exercise rooms, some amenities for employees, things like that. And then the other large building will be what we call an MRO, which is just an acronym for Maintenance Reliability Building. It's basically a warehouse, and it's going to be pretty state of the art. Okay, think closed distance racking with robotics to be able to store maintenance materials, things like this. So this is where we're going to store a lot of our spare parts and everything for the new facility. And both of these buildings now, these are going to be pretty attractive buildings. I hope in the next time we come give you guys an update, we'll be able to show you a rendering of it. But these are going to be very signature buildings for us, so that folks it leaves the right impression about what we're trying to do here. And it will be just outside the gate, so we should make it much easier. For example, if we want to have a meeting, even have the counselors out or whatever, you won't have to go through security to come out to our site to have a meeting. So yeah, this is just a little bit of a schematic of what this is going to look like. And you can kind of see that same plot of land. The maintenance building the warehouse will be, of course, the much larger one with the Diamond Center. It's going to include parking spaces. It's going to be LEED certified. It's going to be a very modern, high-tech building that we're building. We're trying to avoid just sticking a square box out there, right? And we want to make it very accessible for our suppliers to get into it as well. Okay. Let me see, make sure I'm getting to the next slide. Okay, so then the next area we wanted to talk a little bit about is workforce and labor growth. Certainly, this is an area that I know for our community is going to be really important. We've talked about these numbers, so I'm not giving you any new information that is particularly new, but I did want to re-hit and reconfirm some of the things that we've been talking about for a year. We are expecting about 400 to 500 permanent positions on site, right, on top of where we are today. So today we have around 500 Dow employees plus an additional, let's say, permanent 500 to 600 contractor positions that work on site. And that's today. Well, that will go to more like 800 to 1,000 Dow employees, and then an additional probably 400 to 500 contractors. So that just gives you a scale. That's after this is all said and done, and this is the people who will be, living and moving into this area. They won't all obviously be here. A lot of it will be in the county, but that's the growth. We're working really hard. Recruitment is a big topic for us. Obviously, talent is a huge issue. So we have an early recruitment team working with a lot of major universities on the new engineer roles, as well as, the power engineer roles, the operators, Nate, SATE, and we've actually broadened out just because we don't think we can get it from one place. That's a big topic, and you're hearing a lot about that. If you know somebody out there, lots of interviewing going on. We've already brought on, I think, 20 or 30 folks in the first 6 weeks of this year, new operators that are coming on board, as well as a number of new apprentices. There's a lot of partners that we need, particularly in trades and STEM. So there's part of our incentives was to support a large growth in apprentices. So we're working very closely with the province as well as with the unions on how we're going to support this growth in apprentices and meet the trades and skills growth. Now, the good news is that I will tell you, it's quite interesting in that we're looking at a 5 to 6 year project here. So we're hoping to be done by around 2030, 2031 here. So it's actually quite attractive to many of the trades, including many of the people who have a history of going to shutdowns all over Canada. It's quite attractive for them to stay home in Edmonton and be able to work on a major construction project and sleep in their beds at night. So there is a big issue with how we're going to hit all the trades, but I think we have some good plans in place on how we're going to cover that. So it is, I would call it a key risk, but not an insurmountable one for us. And we've been working on that for a couple of years. You also will see some of the pictures, and we're pretty proud. We're doing a lot to try to increase the diversity, by the way, just so you know. We're not just going after the same. We're heavy participants in like Jill of all trades down in Nate. We want to see growth in females participating in trades, including our operators. Already we're having some success there. So our workforce is going to look different over the next 25, 30 years as well. So get ready for it. All right, then the last thing I just wanted to hit briefly here is supporting our communities. And I think this is an area I hope that you see that we have been committed to this community for a long time, right? And I think in 2023, we contributed just under $300,000 to supporting local efforts. A lot of that went to, food security, access to education, poverty alleviation through many of the nonprofits that many of you know and support already, right? Families First, Fort Saskatchewan Food Bank. We had 10 one-time grants that we gave to nonprofits last year, and we had over 3,600 hours of volunteerism. So lots of different ways. The United Way Heartland Challenge, renovating Families First, second stage housing, things like this. And I think my commitment to the council is we recognize the impact we're having on the community, and we are committed to engaging with the community. So we're actively studying and looking at how we can engage as the project moves forward too, on what's the best way to continue to support this community and provide ways to make this a great place to live and to support some of the corporate priorities that we have, right? Especially in this area of poverty, food and giving access to services for our folks. So this is something we have teams that are actively working on it. I think this will also be a topic that as we move over the next few months and update the council again, we'll be prepared to continue to give more updates on that. So just stay tuned as we look forward a little bit. Obviously, we have our industry advisory committee. Some of you folks are involved with that, coming on February 28th with our regional advisory committee. We are participating in the supply chain forum on April 3rd, industry information evening on April 10th, and the trade show on the 19th to the 21st. You can imagine part of our goals, in addition to the folks that we're bringing in for new employees, is that we think it's really important as well to increase the diversity of our suppliers. So we actually have some pretty, what I think are some really good things happening with our Indigenous partnerships. As an example, Indigenous suppliers that are participating. We've been able to do some things that I think are really setting the ground for some long-term increased diversity of suppliers in all sorts of ways. So in addition to giving access to folks here in the community, we want to make this really a win for really our whole area and our whole province. So anyhow, it's an exciting time at Dow right now. Exciting, and also in some cases a lot of anxiety as we scale this up and we work through the challenges. But certainly I think we've appreciated the support we've gotten from the council, from the city. Troy, really appreciate the conversations. In some cases, when there's been issues, raising them to us, as well as where we've needed help. And I'm looking forward to keeping that dialogue going over the next year. Our commitment to you is that we'll try to keep a very open chain of communication. If there are concerns, we want to work together to resolve that. So anyways, I think I'm well under my 30 minutes, I hope.
Yeah, you're about 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. 10 minutes then.
Okay,
So
good. You'll take
any
some
questions? I guess that leaves some time, I guess, if that's allowed. I don't know if that's allowed in the
Yes, it
agenda or not.
is. So thank you very much for your presentation, Dawn. I don't think there's a meeting I don't go to where, of course, the entry word is, boy, you must be excited about the Dow Canada announcement. And I'm, of course, yes, very, very exciting. I'm going to start out the questions. So when you talk about an additional 500 employees and then maybe up to 1,000 by the peak of July of this year and then going on. Now, we continue to have conversations with the provincial government about trying to get some money to widen part of the highway from 101st Street to 1521. So I guess the question that I have is, if we were to be successful, would construction on any portion of that road cause the additional increase in traffic and your personnel any grief or concerns?
Well, I think that's something.
Push your button.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's something we would definitely need to incorporate into our traffic plan. I mean, this year, 500 to 1,000 is probably in line with what we've normally done in a normal shutdown year, right? I mean, during a busy turnaround time, it's probably half as much as what we had coming in during our mega turnaround in 2021. Or when the upgrader. So what I suspect would be is it wouldn't necessarily cause us problems. It would create more congestion, right? As we look forward, next year in 2025 is when we really see the scale up, because it's going to keep scaling, and that's when we expect to hit, and by summer of 2025, the 6,000 or 7,000 construction workers. And I think that's when, depending on the timing of the construction, it could create challenges. Now, I should mention we are actively working with, we're not going to be bringing everybody in through cars, right? So we have a busing program we're putting together. Many workers will be coming in on buses. What we're doing is we're working with our contractors. Several of them are just going to directly bring all workers in from park and rides. So we're hoping to reduce the impact there, as well as a number of carpool programs we're putting together even for our sites. So I think what we'd have to do, Mayor, is just take a really close look at the timing. This year, it probably would be inconvenient. The following year, it would probably start to turn into a major problems.
Okay, and I think that's the conversation that we have had is, if we do get the money, can we get it done within this year? And nothing else is scheduled for 9 years past when you start, because we do understand the impact. But I think it's important, and I know you have a transportation person that's working with ours, but it's really important for council as we make these decisions to understand the impacts. Councillor Blizzard.
Well, most of it was answered, but I'll say thanks for the presentation. And I was just going to ask about the busing. So you do have plans for busing employees, even local ones, because you can't have that many cars, I guess, on site either.
Well, I would say the focus is going to be on busing of our contractors outside the local community. for the most part. Now, there's going to be some park and rides availability just outside of Fort Saskatchewan for bus shuttling. For employees who live in the local area, most of them will continue to be able to park on site. In fact, if you look at a big part of the program as you go along is we are going to include quite a bit of parking on site. That's new parking, right, really along Highway 15 there, right? But that's going to be focused a lot on employees. And what we don't want is, you know, thousands of the construction workers who don't live here in the area all trying to come through all at the same time. So the busing and the carpooling program is going to be focused on those workers who are outside of Fort Saskatchewan and or maintenance and Dow employees who live outside of Fort Saskatchewan. We're going to try to encourage that carpooling program as much as we can for those folks. They won't necessarily bus. It'll be more focused on carpooling for them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of council? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We greatly appreciate, oh, sorry. There we are, Councillor Kelly. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Katcher. I was a bit slow on the draw there. Dawn, good to see you again, and thank you for your comments. Always appreciated. I do have a question. It might be outside of your presentation, so if you're uncomfortable or unable to answer, please respond accordingly. You're probably aware, I think you live in Fort Saskatchewan, so you might be aware of the discussions now about expanding the wastewater treatment facility that's south and on south on Highway 21 and west a couple miles close to the river. It's been suggested that Dow Chemical might in fact need the services of that facility for significant volumes of processed water. Are you able to comment on that? Do you see that happening in the future? What might make it happen? What might prohibit it from happening? Anything you can add would be appreciated, Dawn. Thank you.
If any of the discussion is privileged, you can say it's privileged as well.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think maybe the comment I will make publicly is that, you know, we are continuing to work on our wastewater strategy. And there's a number of options right there. So some of that could include some smaller streams that we would investigate whether or not we would use the wastewater facility for, right? However, I think there's a lot of work still going on at this moment. I think beyond that, I don't really want to comment publicly on that. We're working very closely, though, to understand our options. And you know, maybe in a general sense, let me also say that we're retaining and spending significant capital to assure that we retain our recycle almost 100% of our water internally. So you know, I think from a water strategy, what you see today is being carried into the new facilities. Okay, so we're not. Let me just make that a general comment. I think we've said that publicly as well.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want you. Yeah, we don't want them to say anything if they're under negotiations with anything or it is confidential or privileged. So
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Dawn. That's pretty much the way I expected you to respond. But nonetheless, your comments do help and are much appreciated. Thanks again.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being part of our community. Thank you for living in our community. He is one of the few senior people that, you know, in industry that actually made Fort Saskatchewan their home. And I greatly appreciate that. You have such a connection to our community. And I always enjoy meeting you and your wife when we're out at events. And always having Michael out there as well. Great employee. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks again.
Okay, and you're welcome to stay, but you're welcome to leave. I know you're very busy in getting that project moving. All right, the next project or the next presentation we have is Heartland Housing Foundation update. Nancy Siddons and Adrienne Richard. And we have 20 minutes for this one.
Good afternoon. I am Nancy Simmons, the CEO for Heartland Housing Foundation, and I'm joined today by Adrian Richard, our Strategic Engagement Manager. Today we are presenting on some of the highlights from a gap-specific housing needs and demand assessment, which was commissioned by Heartland Housing Foundation in 2023. For context, Heartland commissioned this report from Rural Development Network to support our capital development and service planning. The report itself focuses on housing data gleaned from the 2021 federal census, both for Strathcona County and Fort Saskatchewan. In 2020, Fort Saskatchewan commissioned a similar report that used 2016 federal census data. So this report is an update and refinement of that data that Council may be familiar with. Because Council has been provided with a full text version of the report, this presentation will offer some key findings, and we will conclude with a look at some noteworthy shifts in the housing ecosystem as we anticipate in the next 5 to 7 years. In terms of housing supply, Fort Saskatchewan's housing stock skews heavily towards homeowners in single detached and semi-detached dwellings. About 40% of Fort Saskatchewan's rental housing is also comprised of these single-family dwelling homes, which we call secondary dwellings, where a homeowner rents out a second-owned dwelling. As of the 2021 census, about 15% of the Fort Saskatchewan's entire housing stock was purpose-built rentals. That is, multifamily dwellings intended to meet the need of rental households. At the time of the census, just over 2,500 city households rented their housing, or approximately 24% of total households. This is only slightly below the provincial percentage of renter households, which is 29% overall, and it's well above the Strathcona County figure of only 13%. With respect to costs, the 2021 average for Fort Saskatchewan homes was between $400,000 and $500,000, though those numbers fluctuate and have seen recent increases. Likewise, market rent has seen universal increases since the time of this report, when the monthly average rent for a 2-bedroom unit was $1,173 per month. The latest market data released after this report shows an average 12% increase across all market rental costs between October of 2022 and October of 2023. In terms of growth, we are seeing growth in the Fort's Indigenous and newcomer population, and it's worth noting that Fort Saskatchewan's overall population is well ahead of neighboring Strathcona County. Since 2016 census, the Fort saw a 12.1% increase in population, which is ahead of both the provincial figure of 4.6% and Strathcona County's growth of 1.2% in the same period. With respect to data around housing demands, a few things stand out. First, a fast-growing seniors population. This, of course, is being observed universally as baby boomers age into their 60s and beyond. While the Fort has slightly younger overall population than the Alberta average, the impacts of the baby boomer will be felt throughout the housing ecosystem. Second, we are seeing a rapid rise in one specific household type that we feel will have implications for the housing ecosystem, and that is an overall increase in 2-person households with no dependents. This corresponds to the rising population of seniors who are aging as empty nesters. I'll now pass it over to Adrian to speak about the gap analysis.
Thanks so much, Nancy. As has been the case in this community for a long time, a lack of attainable housing is the most significant gap in the housing ecosystem. Unaffordability is a pain point for both renters and homeowners, but it's worth noting that renters face compounding burdens of a lack of supply in some housing types, historically low vacancy rates, and unprecedented increases in market rents. Nancy referred to that earlier. Unsurprisingly, the most vulnerable households are those who are already receiving a subsidy of one type or another. Subsidized households in this context refers to renter households that live in housing that's subsidized through programs like rent geared to income, social housing, public housing, government-assisted housing, nonprofit housing, rent supplements, and housing allowances. This means that we know these folks quite well as a nonprofit housing provider in this community. And this also includes the seniors that we house as part of the provincially funded senior self-contained program. That would be Fort Lyons Haven and Henry House, as well as the households who are receiving the provincial rent assistance benefit that we do administrate for this area. The oversupply of those larger units, very moving. The oversupply of those larger unit sizes ties back to the supply data, with a healthy portion of local rental options appearing in the form of secondary rentals. That is those single family dwellings that are being rented by owners. So the undersupply in those smaller unit types will be exacerbated with the increase of those smaller household sizes. Finally, and this data point is actually from a release from CMHC in late January, so this is like late breaking, didn't even make it into the report. The average vacancy rate, and this is something worth paying attention to, the average vacancy rate across all residential rental sizes in this community is a startling 0.7%. This means that renter mobility, that is the ability to move to a new rental to address challenges around affordability, overcrowding, or a change in household needs, is severely compromised. Another way to look at this is that the supply of rental stock in the Fort has not grown at anywhere near the same rate as your population. As we will expand on shortly, this problem is set to only get worse. Most in the room will recall that affordable housing is defined as shelter that costs no more than 30% of your pre-tax income. While many government grants and housing solution initiatives are framed on affordable housing, it should be noted that this is not designing affordable housing programs, but actually near market housing to meet the modest income households with reasonable housing solutions. So the newest capital grants are likely not establishing a significant dent in our need for deep subsidy housing. Just wanted to give you a few key points from the census findings related to unaffordability. That is that approximately 18% of all households in the combined communities do not live in affordable homes. Furthermore, 35% of all renters are paying more than 30% of their income on shelter costs, and 12% are paying more than 50%. And it should be noted that the data being reported on within this Statistics Canada timeframe reports on households that may have been receiving CERB benefits from the pandemic. Therefore, we anticipate that these percentages could be higher, and there would have been a significant drop in that stable income for those receiving those benefits and may still have been unable to return or find alternate work. So it's just worth considering the impact of that CERB on those statistics. And for what it's worth, this is something that we're seeing in all reporting being done related to 2021 census, is that we had this very anomalous bump in sort of stabilized income programs, and it's creating a bit of a, let's call it a statistical challenge for those of us who are concerned about this information. I also want to take a moment here to reiterate a comment from my last slide, which is that because this community has an undersupply of smaller rental dwellings and very low vacancy rates and is facing unprecedented market rent increases, these vulnerable households cannot simply just find another place here in this community. Most are forced to look outside of the community for attainable housing, taking them farther away from their neighbors, their families, their jobs, and their supports within the community. From our commissioned report, we see that seniors, persons with disabilities, and single women with children are disproportionately impacted by our community's affordable housing shortage. I'll pass it back to Nancy.
Thank you. As we've just heard in the previous presentation, in late 2023, it was announced that Dowd Path to Zero project would be going forward in Fort Saskatchewan. And Dowd does estimate that thousands will be part of the construction period and 500 permanent positions will be added after construction. While this is very good news for the city and for the region's economy as a whole, unintended consequences may arise. Given the current growth trajectory of Fort Saskatchewan observed in 2021 census and the low vacancy rate in rental across the region, we anticipate this project will have impacts on the housing ecosystem that could see lower income renters pushed out of the market housing as new workers enter the market. If Fort Saskatchewan wants to capitalize on growth opportunities while cultivating the rooted, tightly knitted sense of community that is already known for, meeting those housing challenges needs to be a priority. At this point, we would just like to thank Council today for the opportunity to present our findings from the report, and we hope that the summary and the full report that's been provided to Council and Administration will support the city's work on affordable housing, and we look forward to collaborating on future housing solutions for this community. At this time, we understand that the report itself is quite lengthy, and we'd open it up to any questions.
Okay, so you've concluded, so we'll go to questions. I can start first if you like, and I did read the full report and found it very, very interesting. So when you talk about lack of 1 and 2 bedroom homes, you're talking about apartments and the types of homes, so whether it's townhouses, duplexes, row housing, you're talking about all types of housing?
Yes, all types of housing, but the demographic that is in most need are those 2 bedrooms, so couples with no dependents. So looking for smaller built homes. Townhomes might generate more 3-bedroom rooms. Unless we consider smaller designed homes in a townhome style. So typically it's the multi-dwelling type construction.
Okay, and vacancy of 0.07%, that our rental stock hasn't grown. So basically what I hear you saying is we need more apartments being built, something that can take in this new influx of people and accommodate the other ones?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Lots of good information on statistics. Now, how are you guys doing? What is your vacancy rate? Are you at 0 or, I don't know how you determine it because sometimes they are empty for a month or 2, but.
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Blizzard, we are at full capacity right now. So we are seeing here within Fort Saskatchewan that our wait lists are approximately 50% of the units we have, meaning we have people on our wait lists that could fill another half of our building today if we had the space. So we do turn suites over quite quickly because we know the demand is high. And I would suggest that our vacancy rate is very similar to what the CMHC report is reporting.
And is that Strathcona County the same? Is this for all your housing units, not just the Fort?
Oh yes, we're at full capacity for both of our communities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Good afternoon to both of you. Good to see you again. Nancy, in terms of Heartland Housing and its plans to expand its service base and or the number of doors, I assume right now your priority, the organization's priority, is the property inside of Sherwood Park, First Street, I think?
Yes, that's correct. Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Kelly, we have embarked on a new strategic plan as an organization that will go from 2024 to 2028, and within that is looking at a capital development strategy that mirrors what we're seeing in this needs and demand report, and how much as an organization that is small but mighty can contribute back to both of our communities that we serve. It becomes complicated when we talk about funding requirements, and we can't necessarily do it on our own as a not-for-profit. So our current challenge is looking at the property that is located in Strathcona County, but we're also setting ourselves up for available land within Fort Saskatchewan because we do see that demand growing here in this community.
Okay, and you touched on what was going to be my next question. How difficult is it? What avenues do you have? Can you provide some color on the efforts and the likelihood of getting capital funding from the two senior levels of government to fund any new developments within the next 5 years, say?
So I would start out by saying that competition is heavy. There's lots of not-for-profits across the province as well as Canada who are vying to do this deep-seated work of creating affordable housing. What we've seen over the last year is a shift towards municipalities being ready to take on the initiatives of affordable housing, and not necessarily being the developers, but being ready to allow for a variety of housing options and creating diverse housing. So I don't know if Adrian, you want to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I would suggest that from a federal standpoint, of course, we hear about the Rapid Housing Initiative, and Rapid infers being ready. And so I believe that the best thing that, because we were asked a similar question when we reported this in Strathcona County, and our response to that was, make sure that you're ready as a municipality to enable that kind of growth, right? And make sure you're able to meet those kinds of needs. We know that there are concerns around zoning. We know that there are concerns in other jurisdictions around, again, inclusionary versus exclusionary zoning, that kind of thing. This community has historically been pretty far ahead of the game on that. I think that Fort Saskatchewan, rather, has done quite well compared to some of your neighbors in that regard. But it never hurts to sort of keep an ear to the ground to what the feds are demanding of other communities when they want to put funds towards that housing, and say, okay, yeah, we'll get there. We'll meet that readiness.
Thank you. I reading between the lines on your comments regarding the federal government's initiatives. I don't have a lot of faith in any of those monies making it to our communities for various reasons. And most of those probably be political. Nancy, to put this into perspective from Fort Saskatchewan's viewpoint, the old Dr. Turner lands that Mayor Katcher mentioned the last time you ladies presented, or last time you were in front of council at least, how long, in your best estimate, would it be before Heartland could arrange the funding to actually do something with that piece of property, given the constraints that you face on a daily basis and going forward for the next few years? And it's an estimate I'm looking for only.
Yeah, with no other changes to our current state of funding availability, I would say we're somewhere in the 7 to 10 year range, knowing that funding becomes limited.
Okay. Kind of what I thought. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
Yeah, thanks for being here this afternoon. Nice to meet you, Adrian. Just taking off on a line of questioning from our mayor, 0.7% is our rental vacancy rate right now. What does an optimal number look like in that department, or is there an optimal number? I guess that's the balance between the market demand and supply.
I'll take this one. I don't know that there's a perfect number. I think what it's more about is being able to ensure that you have mobility for those vulnerable renters who are experiencing things like unaffordability or overcrowding. You would want to enable people to have a bit of housing choice so that they're not, they are able to move to accommodations within their community of choice that meet their needs better. And right now you don't have that. So right now, if somebody's paying 50% of their income and there's a rent increase that takes it to 60, they don't have another choice to make. As Nancy mentioned, we're oversubscribed by 150% in our properties, right? We've got a wait list that could fill half of Muriel Court right now. So that's what I think we want to see. So I don't have a number for you. It's not like 3.4 would be ideal. Although I've got a hunch that would be better than 0.7.
Right, yeah, to have options available and not have to tighten up the rent. And then I guess, what do you see in Fort Saskatchewan if we're having such a low rental vacancy rate? That should incentivize a developer for building apartment buildings. So do you have any comments on perhaps what we can be doing, or how it needs to be marketed in Fort Saskatchewan to attract that type of investment?
Through you, Mayor Katcher, to Councillor Nguyen, I'm not sure if I can specifically answer to that. Feeding off of what Adrian was speaking to, I think part of the statistics that we've seen in this report is the growth trajectory in alignment with the number of rental units you have in this community. So we did speak to it being fairly similar to the Alberta standard average, what we're seeing in other communities across Alberta. You're sitting at 24% of your total units or households are rental versus the provinces of 29%. So one of the things we collectively as a group need to start considering and discussing is the increase in population we may be seeing because of industrial growth here. How might we set both developers and not-for-profits who can provide those housing supports to remove barriers to increase development through limited barriers to the development process would be one of the pieces I would look at. What incentives might need to be put in place to allow developers to come in?
Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go on to round two. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you again. Nancy, your organization and yourself in particular are members of various housing groups around and throughout the province. As you would communicate with those groups, is the subject of the federal government and income tax rules and how they impact the provision of rental housing product, is that ever discussed? As if it isn't, it should be.
Sorry, are you referring to a tax incentive from a personal or?
No, I'm not. I'm looking at just how the Tax Act itself negatively impacts the desire to invest in rental property. And I could go on for quite a while on that. I can drop it at that point and you and I can take it up at a later date. But I've just put it on the table because it might be a subject that you and your groups could pursue a little bit. And I'll leave it at that. If you don't spend any time talking about it, then you and I need to have a conversation, I suspect. We can do that at a different date. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Kelly, what I would speak to is through our Advocacy Association, Alberta Seniors and Community Housing, ASHA. There are a couple of components that are being developed right now. One of them is specific to seniors and how there may be tax incentives to have tax breaks related to the supports they may need as they age, to encourage or incentivize people to live in more congregate living, which then frees up single family dwellings, which increases families to be, it's a way to create movement. So that is one tax piece that has been integrated in Ontario and Quebec, and we are bringing that advocacy out west to try and get some traction with the government. So there are some components, probably need to broaden that advocacy point.
Thank you, Nancy. We'll talk later. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. I've got one last question for our consultant. Or for your consultant. So in a real world, as you're talking about our vacancy rate being at 0.07%, in a real world, if there was developers listening to this and what's the reality of saying how many units do we need in Fort Saskatchewan?
So
and how quickly?
I don't know that I would be able to give you again. I don't know that. I know some numbers very well, Mayor, but I'm not sure I know that one. But what I will say is this. If I were a developer who wasn't a nonprofit and beholden to funding structures that we can't control, I would be thinking, listening to this presentation and the presentation that preceded it, that I'd be very curious about the appetite for Fort Saskatchewan for growth in housing. I'm hearing a lot about busing workers in, and I'm wondering why they wouldn't want to just be here. And so I think that if I were a developer, I would get very curious about that, and I'd want to know how I might be able to keep some of those buses off the road.
Okay, and I guess the second question that I have, as council, often we struggle with zero lot lines, we struggle with townhouses, we struggle with the word squishy when some of our residents talk to us. So how do we overcome that? Because we obviously aren't going to live in any of these homes. So how do we overcome that?
So I to make sure I understand your question correctly, you're sort of asking how might the public perception of what neighborhoods could look like to accommodate that kind of growth. Is that sort of it? I think it requires a bit of imagination. This is a community that's full of imagination. This is a community full of problem-solving people. This is a community of people who are welcoming. So I think what it is about saying is you can have an intensely livable community that still enjoys the sort of space and wide open skies that you enjoy now, while still being able to support housing diversity. I think it just requires a really good conversation with developers to ensure they're not building monoliths, you know, that are sort of out of line with the character of the community. And I think it's about just informing people that this is the kind of housing that meets the needs of the community now. So that, well, you know, there may have been a time when, you know, 36 bungalows was considered a neighborhood. That might not be the way things are right now. And I think, you know, what I'm hearing in the conversations at Heartland that we're having, you know, in Strathcona County, for example, with our new development, is that people are getting that they're seeing that, you know, the world's population is booming, the region's population is booming, and Fort Saskatchewan's population is really booming. So I think the time might be right to start those conversations. And your MDP does a decent job of that, right? You're already sort of talking a little bit about density targets and that sort of thing, and that definitely is setting the right tone. So
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Okay, that looks like all of the questions. So thank you for coming out. I know the EMRB is also going to probably be reaching out to you. They're doing a housing gap analysis, and I mentioned to them that you had already done this, and I said we don't want duplication, so please, hopefully they'll reach out and you can share your findings with them. So great, thank you very much. Okay, we are now going to actually, we've got two in-camera pieces that we need to go in camera for. It's item 12.1 and 12.2, so we will, I think it's, okay, 12.2, so I'm going to take a motion to go in camera, and we'll have the appropriate people either virtually or brought in when we deal with each one of these items. So if I could get a motion to go in camera, Councillor Harris.
I would move we move in camera to discuss matters under FOIP.
All right, thank you very much. Please cast your vote. And this may take 45 minutes. It could take up to an hour. I'm not sure. So we will bring people in as soon as each group has their turn. That is carried. Okay. So we will go to in camera. I believe it's 12.1 is first. Yeah, we're going up there. Okay, the time is 4:28. We had a 10-minute recess following the in-camera sessions, so we are going to start once again. So with that, the next item that we have is the Regional Aquatics Public Engagement. We had Brad Babiak and Andrew Kaiser presenting. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I'm the Director of the City's Legislative Services Department. With me today, as you stated, is Brad Babiak, the City's Director of Culture and Recreation. Other members of administration are joining us today in the gallery in case there are any questions specific to their work, as the report before you was a joint effort across multiple departments. Today's presentation is intended to provide Council with an overview of the Recreation Aquatics public engagement content, messaging, and information campaign that forms part of the 2024 municipal census. This report and presentation were prepared following Council's resolution from the January 9th regular Council meeting, which is up on the screen for your reference. Based on this direction, the following has been prepared for Council's review. 3 different questions for Council's consideration, each with slightly different approaches on how it communicates the relevant information to respondents. 3 options for supplementary information that can be included in the Census Online portal, which can be reviewed by respondents or has to be communicated by enumerators, and an overview of the communication plan for the 2024 census overall, as well as the content specific to the aquatics question. So, first I'm going to provide an overview of each question option that's been prepared, just briefly, as the report goes into more detail than this presentation will. And I'll also be covering off some of the visual elements that will accompany the question within the census. So each question option was prepared with consideration for ease of understanding and interpretation, neutrality, as well as communicating the information necessary for respondents to give an informed response. So, as in your report, question number 1 is the simplest. It provides a concise summary of the intent of the engagement, as well as the aquatics facility, while also communicating the projected financial impacts in very straightforward terms. As responses to this question are collected per household, that's how we've contextualized the financial impacts. And that portion, the financial piece within this question, is within each option, with slight variations, I should say. This option is the simplest, as I said, and so it doesn't provide as much in-depth information within the question itself as the other options may. Respondents, of course, will be able to access all the information they need to give an informed response on the city's landing page for the census and the aquatics question. This is going to be directly linked from the Census Online portal, and will have hard copy materials that enumerators can distribute to respondents. So question option 2 may look vaguely familiar to some, as this is essentially a refreshed version of the 2017 aquatics plebiscite question. It provides respondents with more detailed information related specifically to the cost, being the cost to construct, the cost to finance, and the cost to operate. The question provides the same level of detail on the aquatics facility itself with those additional financials. The additional financial information could be perceived as kind of difficult to understand and might be getting a bit too granular for some, but it's an option. Finally, question option 3 provides the most detailed summary of the aquatics matter to date, as well as the proposed facility. So essentially, it helps respondents better understand what they're paying for. It also includes the financial information from option 1 with slightly modified language to better explain the timeline for the debt repayment. And then beyond the question options themselves, there's also going to be visual elements to accompany the question, no matter which option is selected. as this was something that Council felt was missing from the 2017 aquatics plebiscite. So one of those images will be the concept's floor plan. Along with this floor plan, the architect has built out a 3D model of the space, and that can be used to produce still images that breathe more life into this concept, such as this. So again, I'll state that this is a conceptual model. Certain design elements and treatments are subject to change, but this is a way of demonstrating what the approved aquatics facility concept could look like. And it says more than a floor plan alone can. Other than the very valuable purpose which these renderings serve, it gives more context to the size of the facility, but also each tank. So right in front of us from this perspective is the hot tub. So I'll just flip back to the floor plan, and you can see it directly above the 8-lane pool. So just to kind of give some context to where we are in the perspective of that still image. And this is just one of the still images that's contained in administration's report. I think it's Appendix A to the report. So along with the still images, respondents will have the ability to interact with the proposed aquatics facility in a 3D model. And this, along with a lot more information, again, will be accessible on the city's landing page for this aquatics engagement. So I'll just give a brief demonstration of what the 3D model will look like for respondents. And hopefully this works well here. I'm just gonna... So, by directly following one of the links that is actually contained in the report, I believe Appendix A, you are brought to a browser page, and as you can see, my cursor there is a hand, and you can click and drag from this perspective within the facility. And this is just one point that they dropped. There's also, I think, 4 other alternative perspectives that are linked within the report. So this is a fantastic way to demonstrate to respondents just what this facility might look like. I could keep spinning around, but get dizzy here, so I'll just switch back to the PowerPoint. Okay, so now for the supplementary information portion of the presentation, I'll flip it over to Brad.
So good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. So I'll start off with just a little bit of context about how administration arrived at the numbers used in the supplementary information, because this does vary from what was previously seen during the review in September. With that, I'll start by noting this information provides only a point in time for financial estimates, and it doesn't account for future growth in either residential or non-residential taxes, or potential interest rate changes, or funding scenarios outside of borrowing. So with that said, to account for the potential new timeline to receive the engagement feedback, bring it back to Council for a decision, the capital and operational costs have been updated based on the planning assumptions from the Indoor Rec Facility Program Review. And that was using a 5% annual construction rate increase and a 3% overall operation, or 3% inflation rate for operations. This was to allow for contingency for the decision timeline, securing vendors, completion of the Class 2 designs, which would be required before a final decision could be made. So approximately 2 years of inflation was added to the initial costs of the review. So the new costs are a Class 5 capital cost of approximately $54 million, 40% plus or minus operating cost of $3.7 million, up from 3.5 in the review, and a new estimated interest rate of 5.22%, which is down from 5.64 in the when we previously did the review in September. The annual reserve allocation used was based on an assessment of the costs using the city's current assessment replacement practices, but we've added in a 25% contingency on that. And the further detail about this analysis is in Appendix 2 about the reserve allocation implications. So the current practice and the additional 25% contingency scenario had a minimal property tax impact between each other. However, scenario 2 provided a significant contingency in time over the city's normal reserve practice, allowing for the lifestyle maintenance inflation and potential small enhancements to the aquatics facility, which is why this scenario was used for developing this information. And then finally, the average home value of $412,925 was used as it provides a simple reference point for residents to compare their own home values against. All the other supplementary information provided in the supplementary information is by and large already publicly available to the citizens, but in some cases we've revised the numbers based again on the updates related to the project. We also took into account for the supplementary information feedback from Council at the January 9th meeting about the potential types and level of detail to be included. And this is what helped develop the three options that we're presenting today. In addition, the supplementary information from the 2010 City Hall and 2017 aquatic votes were also reviewed to determine what had been shared previously with similar vote-style public engagements here in the city. So while all the options are intended to provide a sufficient level of information to educate residents, there are opportunities to provide increased level of detail or more contextual information. But as noted, the purpose of this supplementary information is to consider the variety and depth of supplementary information details to be provided to the respondents within the census portal or by the enumerators. Additional information that's not included in those particular spaces could still be provided to the city's website, as Andrew's alluded to. The next steps information, as well as links to the city's aquatic infrastructure webpage link, would also be available through all three options, and so it would be consistent. In terms of those options, the most concise with key information targeted at residents is option 1. This is information at a high level. It's to keep the volume of information the most manageable across the 4 category areas, which we had was background, financial information, those are kind of next steps, as well as, and then with this one, outside of just including the preamble to a question, option 1 is the simplest level of information the enumerators would share. Option 2 provides the same baseline information as option 1, but has additional details on the history of the potential aquatics expansion in the community, further details on the enhanced capacity of the new aquatic center, and further breakdowns of the financial information such as property tax by the capital implications and the operating implications, as well as introducing the impact to the non-residential taxes. And finally, option 3. This is the most robust set of data as it builds off the information in option 2, but then also goes on to introduce more forward-looking information to help assess potential risks associated with the project in more detail. So this includes additional information in the background section, like the potential costs with Harbor Pool if a major modernization is required. It also includes why boring was needed to fund the pool, and additional financial considerations are also included, such as the city's current debt levels and net present value projection. With that, I'll turn things back over to Andrew to speak to the communication plan.
Thank you, Brad. Okay, so the last point for discussion today, as Brad just stated, is the communication plan. And so this is less of a decision point for council and more of information. So the communication plan, as outlined in the report, it's going to include a comprehensive multi-channel campaign for the census itself, as well as the special edition of the aquatics facility question. It will include advertisements intended to generate awareness for the census itself, and then also that it contains the aquatics facility question. Educational materials will also be developed to demonstrate to the public the proposed changes in aquatic servicing, as well as the taxation impacts for the construction and operation of the pool. Along with all of the campaigns, the city, as we've stated multiple times, will have that dedicated landing page on our website where residents can get into that in-depth information such as project details, cost breakdowns and forecasts, including some frequently asked questions. And they can interact with those renderings and images that I kind of previously showed there. And so the recommendation within the report is question option 3 and supplementary information option 2 based on the indication we got from council when we last discussed this item. And as Brad said earlier, the supplementary information decision point is for what's going to be included in the census portal itself. So just to kind of contextualize that a little bit, if this was being managed as a vote on a question, the city would conduct a comprehensive education campaign, and people would have to be made aware of all of the information before going to a polling station and casting their ballot. Because we have that census online portal, we can customize that and include any information we feel is really important to put directly in front of respondents. Of course, that means for in-person responses that enumerators are collecting, the enumerator then has to communicate that information. So I think it's important that we're conscious of the level of information we're approving. So based on council's, or the indication, I suppose, we had from council, we're recommending option 2, but of course the option exists that you do not include additional supplementary information and that the public is educated through our comprehensive education and awareness campaign. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation and welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Harris.
Brad, probably you're the best person to respond to this. I cannot for the life of me, or I didn't see anything to refresh my memory as to what the connection of this supposed footprint would be of the pool. Where would it connect to the existing DCC? Because I think that's an important bit of information to show how this footprint could conceivably connect, or we contemplate connecting it in with the DCC, because there's parking issues and all that other sort of stuff. Now, is that of interest to many people? I don't know, but where would that connect, if you can refresh my memory?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Harris, we, again, because we are at the concept level of development, we have not purposely added that to where it will connect with the DCC, because that would be part of the work we would actually undertake in the more detailed designs. So we could say it's going to be on the east side, but until we go through the design work necessary, it may not. And why we've decided or recommend this approach is because this was literally the conversation we had through the JRC modernization. Originally, it was going to be modernized, part of it, build an extension. Then it was going to be build a brand new part on the west end. And then it investigated the north end. And finally it was, no, we're just knocking that whole section down and starting from scratch. So we didn't want to put necessarily ideas out into the community until we had a greater understanding if those would be the best, that we are definitely trying to move forward with those approaches. So
is that information, so my next question is that information that ultimately should form part of this information in the portal? I don't know how many people would care about it, but I would. If I was a ratepayer, I'd say, well, how are you going to stick it on there? And what's that going to mean? And I use it every day, and where's it going to be? And how's it going to negatively impact me? So even if you said that it's conceptually here and through further design, depending on what happens with the question responses, an actual location will be pinned down at a future point to be approved through the design process. Is that, do you see the value in that? Does that make any sense?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, I think any information we can provide that provides more clarity to the project, I think is of value. My overall concern, though, is we're not necessarily at a point where we can say this is what will happen. So it is kind of just throwing it out there. Not throwing it out there. We have some ideas where it's going. But if we're not sure if that's actually going to be where it ends up, I'm not sure it's as valuable until we get through that next level. So for example, when we finish design, so assuming the project moves forward, we did design to them before we went to construction. I think those are absolutely the critical things we want people to understand. And at that point, we'll also understand how we're going to mitigate some of the issues that you mentioned about parking, because we'll have to have developed what that parking looks like, or even have you navigate through the rest of the building. Because if we put it on the south side versus the east side, there's going to be a very different flow through. And at this point, we can't speak to either.
So my third question is, regardless of where it goes, the cost estimates that you've got in here in the supplementary in all the background information ultimately can be accommodated within that budget context.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes, we provided the estimate we used for the DCC expansion was the most expensive option of whether it was on the east or south side, just to to consider that contingency.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'd like to go to, I think it's Appendix B. Brad, I think, touched on it in his comments, but I'd like to beat this up a little bit. The study that was done, commissioned by the city, the July report from last year, and I went back and I refreshed my memory on it, suggested on page 74 of that report that because it's a pool, that a municipality should consider 1.7 to 2.5% of capital cost for reserves to meet the future demands of the structure. Brad, you're suggesting here 0.31, if I read that correctly, not 1.5 or 1.7 or even the 1.3 that you reference in your comments in this section, but 0.31. I'm really having problems understanding what that means and how you can come up with 0.31. Help me understand, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yeah, I can clarify that a little bit. The 0.31 is the actual, basically $310,000. That would be the reserve allocation cost. It wouldn't be the percentage. So that's based on the city's practice, which we currently have, of pricing out all the equipment and the lifestyle, and then considering the length of how long that equipment or that maintenance is. And then in addition, we added a 25% contingency on top of that. And that's how we got to the $3.1 million reserve investment. The numbers you're referring to, the 1.3 for capital costs, or the 2.1, some of the other numbers referred to with the 2016 Canadian Infrastructure Report Card, are those numbers to the right. And so those costs go from a $310,000 allocation based on what we're recommending to a $740,000 allocation, or a $1.2 million allocation per year. So there's quite a substantial increase with those, as well as some implications, as you see below in that table, where the property tax goes from 236 ultimately up to a $236 increase in the annual property tax once the pool is open. It increases that to a further 254 or 273 per year, based on those additional, that additional percentage of the capital cost as a reserve allocation. Does that help explain the numbers, or how we came with the numbers?
Yeah, you did. I noticed that when I read it, and when I made my comment, I confused myself. So let me start over. The city practice, column 2 of the table on page 147 of the report, would indicate then somewhere less than half of the 1.3% of capital cost, and certainly about 1/3 of the 1.7 suggested in the consultant's report. Does that make sense to you?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, that's correct. I understand that.
Okay, now please explain to me, Brad, was the consultant wrong? Were the experts wrong at 1.7 to 2.5%? Or do you have something concrete to show that in fact it's going to be about 0.4 of a percentage point?
Yeah, through your worship.
Not 0.4, I take that back, about 0.6 of a percentage point, not 0.4, 0.6. So tell me what it is that makes this pool special that we shouldn't budget properly. And I don't care about the property tax effects. Those flow from the proper budget. I'm not going to set the budget based upon what it costs the resident. I'm going to set the budget for the resident to consider based upon what it is we think it's going to cost. So let's try this again, please. And you'll sense some frustration here.
Yeah.
How is it we think we can operate at less than half the cost of?
Councillor
Yes,
Kelly?
thank you. Perfectly.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. Yeah, I'd be happy to clarify a few things. First, I'll just clarify, in terms of the report you're referencing, it's actually sport and recreation infrastructure, not pool specifically, that they make that reference to. The other thing within that report, in terms of how they assess where they come up with it, it's based on a national-wide study of, I think, just over 300 recreation and sports facilities. So that's one clarification, because it's not pool specific. So we do have to consider all the types of recreation infrastructure we have. But the three things they really kind of point to as the review that this report provides is that the rate should be based on factors such as the age of the infrastructure, the level of service, and the risk tolerance. So to the point here is we're talking about a brand new facility. And in this report, they also talk about it is important to invest when the facility is in excellent to fair condition, because that does generally mean there's less investment needed later on. And this is, again, spoken to in this report in greater detail. And so that's where we've kind of done a deeper dive there to help understand where it is. The reality is the numbers would be higher, honestly, if we were to look at expanding Harbor or continue to operate Harbor Pool, because obviously the age of it is much higher. And so based on that, there should be a higher level of reinvestment into that facility to make sure it keeps running, just like any older facility or even car. So that's one of the reasons we looked at those numbers. And then I understand your discussion about funding it to the proper level, but using the city's current practices, we would have an updated list of all the equipment that would go in there from a pool operations perspective, as well as the actual building cost and envelope. And that would be our starting point in terms of knowing what it would cost to replace this. But should we miss something or something increases over time, the 25% contingency, which if you refer back to the chart you were talking about in Appendix B, shows if we are to follow the city's current practices, over 40 years, we generally invest about $29.9 million in our reserve fund to cover the replacement or updating of infrastructure over that 40-year period. With what we did then was look at, well, if we'd added the 25% contingency, it'd be 37.5. So it'd almost be an additional $8 million to help us with any things that arise during that time, or for maybe small enhancements. But once we went to the 1.3 or 2.1%, then we started seeing the reserves jump up to 90%, or sorry, almost $90 million from what was started at 30, or to 144 million. So we're talking about another 110. And just as a reminder, I mentioned this was a point in time analysis of the financial information. This does not account for future growth in the city for households. So these are very conservative numbers. It would be expected they would be considerably higher, and to the point where you might be able to almost build another facility in the future based on the investments in this reserve. So again, that's just kind of how we got to those numbers. We're happy to go with whatever direction council sets in terms of what should be included in the financial, supplementary information.
I'd like to just follow up and then I'll pass it on.
Okay.
Brad, you mentioned a reserve of 90 million. You must be talking about the total reserve, which covers all of the assets in the pool, not just in the pool, the reserve pool, not just the swimming pool. Because there's no way that 1.5% would ever get a reserve for the swimming pool of 90 million. So what is the allocation for the swimming pool specifically? What will that accumulate to?
Through the worship, Councillor Kelly. Sorry, you mean what are the specific costs just related to the pool equipment as opposed to the facility overall?
No, you referenced in your comments a reserve balance of 90 million. So we're talking about a swimming pool here, not the total package of assets in the city, but the swimming pool. So this reserve allocation that you're suggesting, what amount will it generate for the pool in the next 15 or 20 years? And then let's compare that to what we actually spent on Harbor Pool for the first 15 or 20 years of its life.
So through Councillor Kelly, the $90 million I referred to based on a 1.3% investment or 1.3% of the capital cost is just for the pool. It has nothing to do with any other city assets.
But the pool only has a budget of 54 million. How could over 40 years, 1.3%, which would be 40 times the 1.3, 52%, how can that possibly be 90 million?
Through your worship, the Councillor Kelly. So just to clarify, this is 40 years using the total cash flow, not net present value calculations. And so that's the reserve over that entire 40 years.
Mayor Katcher, come back to me. We'll deal with this again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So a question that I have when I look at this, so in all of your options, it talks about the construction, the cost, and what the potential increases in property taxes. And you have said that you haven't taken into account any growth, and I'm assuming that's just growth in residential.
Through your worship, it's not taking into account growth for residential or non-residential.
Okay, so November, we had this huge announcement saying that, you know, there's, and I know I'm going out on a limb here, saying there's $11.5 billion worth of investment happening in just one property, and that, you know, even though they're receiving a Heartland incentive grant, when they come online, that they will be paying significant dollars. So if we know that, should we not at least be putting something in here that's got an asterisk that says does not include the future non-residential? Because if you came to my house and said, it's going to cost you $236 a year or $20 a month more for a new pool, but we're going to have a whole bunch more industrial assessment coming on, plus some more housing assessment coming on. This number could be significantly less. So if I was a household owner, I would say, well, what are you going to do with all that other money that you're projecting to come in? Because you've had a final investment decision and you know there's going to be more money coming in. So can't we do anything to, you know, I don't know, Mr. Fleming, do you want to jump in on that one?
Yes, Your Worship, we did have conversations about that. I think the challenge overall is that it's impossible for us to know what assessment's going to look like in 3 or 4 years. So we are optimistic that if, well, with the Dow project going forward, that there will be an uplift in property taxes at that time. But it's a difficult thing to incorporate into a financial impact in the way that you're talking about, and to be precise while you're doing it. So
okay, and I guess my question is, I'm not asking for precision, because even this isn't as precise, but there should be just a note on there, and so that if the people have to go to the doors, it says, oh, and by the way, this doesn't take into account any future revenues that we're going to get. So this number could be significantly less. Like it's not a true, it's a false truth. We don't know what the number is going to be.
Yeah, through Your Worship, we could look at changing the note and making the note stronger to that effect, and that would take care of it. It wouldn't necessarily change the numbers, but we can look at modifying the note for sure.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. Anybody else before I go to round 2? Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Okay, Brad, let's go back to this reserve thing, please. 1.3% per year of capital cost. Over 40 years is 40% plus another 0.3 is 12. That's 52% of the original capital cost over 40 years. 52% of 54 million is somewhere around 30 million, not 90. So how is it that you and I are talking hemispheres apart?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So I can just try and explain what I have in the spreadsheet that was provided to us. So yeah, we would start off at reserve contribution of $742,000 approximately per year. And then we would add 3% to that to account for inflation each year. And that would be done over the 40 years, which should get us to that number. Sorry, I'm just looking. And just for additional context, so what that would mean is by the 40th year, we would be contributing $5 million to the reserve annually based on that inflation. So that's why that number grows so exponentially from $700,000 to a point of almost $5 million over that 40 years when we account for inflation over that time period. Does that clarify it?
Yeah, thank you. So now I at least know where you got the 90 million from. But if inflation impacts the revenue stream by that significant amount, and it will, then of course it's also going to impact the costs by the same amount. So it still wouldn't necessarily mean that we're going to have a reserve equal to 3 times or 2 times the cost of a pool. It means we're going to have a reserve of about 40% of the pool cost, or 52% to be exact, because the inflation doesn't just happen on one side. So let's take the inflation out, and let's talk about the need for a 1.3% or something reasonable for a reserve. Do we have data that shows that a swimming pool is cheaper to run, a structure that is a swimming pool is cheaper or less expensive to run than other recreational assets?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, pardon me. Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, no, pools are typically one of the higher cost facilities.
Exactly, and I believe that. So if it's typically one of the higher cost facilities, then we should be budgeting that way, should we not?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yeah, absolutely. I think as our discussions took place on trying to determine the level of reserve contribution, it was to also consider the current state of a new facility in terms of how much we want to invest in it while trying to be respectful of the property tax impact. So it's not to say it cannot be done, and I would happily take whatever direction council gives us in terms of what we provide going forward if we want to include that kind of information.
Separate question for probably Mr. Fleming. Presumably, Troy, there's going to be a motion that says perhaps I move that we accept option 2 for the supplementary information. If there are going to be changes to the wording of option 2 for supplementary information, is that going to be by way of consensus or by way of motion?
Through your worship, I think, well, I think that's actually up to the chair if she wants to allow a change by consensus. But barring that, an amendment would probably be the best way to do it.
Okay, thank you. I've got one more question, if I may. I can come back, Mayor Katcher.
No, ask your question, and then we'll get to a motion.
Okay, super. There's no reference in any of the information about what it would cost to actually swim at this brand new facility. What would it cost per visit? Does administration have an opinion on what the rate would be for an individual to enter and use the new facility?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, no, we have not done the work on that because we're currently underway doing a review of our current fees and charges. And then again, we would actually have to know the final design and what we would offer in the pool to help us set those fees. Because what we do as we look across the region is seeing what are comparable facilities to help with that, in addition to those direct and indirect costs. So that would be something we would definitely look to have available after design 2 is done, or during the development of the design phase, as we would have better information to which to make those recommendations.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Wouldn't it have been made sense, perhaps, Brad, given that you knew the pool question was coming in front of council, to give more thought to what the actual fees for use could possibly be? Because this question is so hot and so timely.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, there's a tremendous amount of information that could be asked of us. And I guess at this point, I'd just say, again, we're really in the concept phase of this project. So we would like better information, quite frankly, ourselves to help inform those decisions. While we could come up with a number, again, we want to feel comfortable that it's the best quality number. So we recognize that obviously council would like the best answers to their questions right now too, but we are somewhat limited by the information we have available to us as well. But we could continue to create estimates, but that's one of the things. What we see in the options is we're basing our information off of 50% construction costs and 40% operational. And until we kind of do that further work to know for sure what the pool looks like in our hours and what it'll cost the staff and stuff, those types of information, they're really high level estimates. So we've kind of essentially used an assumption in our planning. That's why we didn't do new numbers to get to the point of what those operational differences would be between revenue and expenses through that work of the review. And we've kind of used that, as you kind of mentioned, to also consider what those revenue costs would go going forward. The model should account for some of that to give us a baseline based on the level of information we have right now. So I understand the request and wishing for more information. But yeah, we thought just using that current assumption worked best given the level of information we had.
And one more question on this, Mayor Katcher, and then I will quit for the time being. Is it possible then, and my fear is, and is it possible that if in fact the pool question is decided favorably in the sense that the population decides that they want a pool built based on the numbers you've given, is it possible then that that would be taken by administration as assurance that in fact the fees don't need to be looked at, that the current fee level and current structure of the fees makes sense?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I can't do that because currently we are reviewing our fees and charges. So I'm not sure what our current charges will be for the harbor pool as of next year, let alone a new facility. But I think, again, what we would do is if this went through the design phase, because that would be the decision that would be brought forward to council, is not whether you're building the pool, but whether to approve the money for the design. And then once that was complete, it would come back to council. We could definitely ensure to move forward with construction that that type of information has been looked at.
Okay, I'm going to go on to Councillor Macon to go. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll make the motion if that's okay.
Yep.
Yep.
She doesn't need a timer on her.
I could speak really slowly. I'll make the motion that council approve question option 3 and supplementary information option 2 to form the basis of the aquatics facility question for inclusion in the 2024 municipal census as set out in the February 13th, 2024 administrative report.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I will. I appreciate the time and energy that went into coming up with these options for us. Recognizing our diverse community, I do believe that the level of information will be sufficient for our residents to make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris.
I think I've made my point known on the expansion of this magnitude for a pool in the community. But I think it's important that we go to the community to ask the question with the right information. And I think we've got some pretty good information that's being presented. I've asked a few people what they think about building a new pool at the Dow. And I've gotten, and I see lots of people use recreation facilities every day. And they basically have indicated to me that, yeah, why didn't we build the pool when we built the Dow initially? And so I go through a long story, having been through that whole process as to why we didn't. And I've asked them, I haven't used much of the information out of this particular thing, but given some hypotheticals, how much would you be prepared if your house was worth $450,000? Are you prepared to pay? What would you pay? And I think people reflect back on the fact that they paid, I think I was paying about $125 to pay for the Dow over that period of 20 years. So these numbers, I suspect, are going to be quite jaw-dropping in the minds of some people. The young families in our community that want to see a new pool because they don't necessarily use or like Harbor Pool may not blanch at it, but I suspect a lot of the longer-term residents in our community may find it somewhat unpalatable. And anybody with a large home in the estates, for example, that's valued at 800, 900,000 or more, is going to be quite choked to see that they would pay up to 800 or 900 bucks a year for a pool that they likely will never use. But I think it's important to put this question out, so I'll support what Councillor Macon has put on the floor, insofar as going out to the community to get their feedback. If it passes, I'd be real surprised, I got to tell you. But our community could surprise us and say, yeah, we want a Skookum pool and we're prepared to pay that. I think that putting that out there will definitely allow us. So I asked a question of the lady that presented earlier, the decision point. So when we get to the point where we're actually counting the numbers and we're getting the response as we did during the plebiscite in 2017, what's the break point? Is it 50.1 or what is it? Have we given some thought there or did I just miss it in the report? It's there and I didn't see it. How are we going to determine what's an acceptable decision point to say we're going to spend $220 million over 40 years to build a pool in our community, or $54 million in today's dollars? What's the decision point? Is the administration giving any thought to that, or will that be a question that council will be asked to make in the not too distant future? Because I don't want to, I have a hard time sitting up here believing that we go at 50.1. So help me out with that, Mr. Fleming.
Through your worship, I actually think to your point you made a minute ago, I do think that's a question for council, actually. This was a process that was driven by council. The results will go back to council, and it's a bit of a political question. 50%, 51%, 60%, one way or the other.
So I'm being rhetorical at this point in time, okay?
Okay.
You've just confirmed what I was saying. So those are my thoughts on this thing. So I'll vote to support Councillor Makins because we might as well put it out there and find out what this community is prepared to pay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly on the question, on the motion.
Yeah, you bet. Do we need a motion to amend this, Mayor Catcher?
Well, what would your amendment be, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, of course. Just to amend the information package to add some stuff to it that I believe is missing from option 2.
That would have to be a motion, an amending motion, because they would need to know exactly what it is that you feel is missing.
Yeah, you bet. So to get the discussion rolling, I'm going to make a motion, Mayor Catcher. I move that option 2 be amended to include the results of the present value calculation that is worded under additional considerations, second red bullet point for option 3. So that wording, but that wording be included in option 2.
So that option 2 results of present value.
Option 2 include present value wording reference found in option 3. Maybe that's a clearer way to state it.
Wording found in option 3.
And for everybody's reference, that's at the bottom of the package, page 153.
Okay, well, just...
Yeah, thank you. I'll just jump in here for a quick second, Your Worship. So we're looking at Appendix C to the report, or we're looking at the final page of Appendix C, the second red bullet on the last page under additional considerations, where it states net present value, $220 million. This is a 40-year projection of the 2023 dollars. Is that correct, Councillor Kelly?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Is Jennifer able to make a
Yeah, we're just going to need a moment to type it into eScribe, but
Okay.
Councillor Kelly can continue and
Yeah.
we'll work on getting it up
Okay,
on the...
so while she's typing that up, you can speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Katcher, I do believe that we need to include either one of either two numbers, either the present value calculation, which is the fairest way to present it, or the total 40-year cost. There was some consideration, or pardon me, some concerns expressed by some members of council that our citizens might not understand what a present value calculation is. Well, if that's the case, then we should just put down the total cost of whatever the number is. It's going to be in the neighborhood of 400 million. That's not the fair way to do it. The fair way is the net present value cost. Our citizens also need to have a mechanism and to allow them to weight in their mind the merits of the investment decisions facing them, the city. And a net present value calculation is the fairest way in a financial class anywhere in the world. Net present value is the fairest way to weigh and compare options. It is an important number. Frankly, I'm rather disappointed that it didn't show in option 2 as presented by administration. Nonetheless, my motion is to get it into option 2 and have it as part of the information package. Thank you.
Okay. She able to put it up?
Yeah, apologies. We're just, it's a decent amount of text to type in. So we're just going to state that the supplementary information include the following and just state
okay.
very clearly what content's being added.
So while they're getting that, I'm just going to go to discussion and debate. Councillor Harris?
You know, I appreciate where Councillor Kelly's coming from, and I certainly understand the concept of net present value. I would suggest that there are very few people in the community that will vote on this, or provide commentary on this, that really care what it's going to cost over 40 years. I'm not going to be here in 40 years, and I don't really care whether it costs $220 million, to be quite frank about it. But I want to know what it's going to cost me in the next 10 years that I live here on an annual basis. That, I think, is the most crucial information that people that are going to be responding to this census question are going to be faced with. So when I say that, Brian, I understand exactly where you're getting at. But is there a way that ultimately that is even useful for the vast majority of people? You say, well, it's going to cost you $236 a year for the next 30 years, but over the course of 40 years, it's $220 million for the pool. Vast majority of people will go, so what? I'm not going to be here in 40 years. I could care less. And that will be a fairly common sentiment in the minds of a lot of people. People such as yourself who are, accountants, and you've got a strong financial background, I get it. So how do we, I guess I'm just looking to administration, how do we actually put that in so it's useful information in context? So that's what I'm struggling with in terms of supporting that. Because I think if it's in the supplementary information in some way, that's not untoward. It can just show that the city has given some sober thought to the importance of this project. But if we do net present value on every municipal project, we'll never build a damn thing, I suspect.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon on the amending motion.
Point of order, Mayor Katcher.
Councillor Macon's next on the speaking order.
Point of order, please.
And what is your point of order?
There were questions directed to me. Might I have a chance to respond?
No, you can respond on your close. I'm going to let Councillor Macon go next.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something that was said in the presentation earlier. Regardless of which option that we choose here, all of that supplementary information will be found on the landing page, or if they wanted to look up the project. All of the information, 1, 2, and 3 is all going to be there for them. Is that accurate? I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, so through your worship to Councillor Macon, the landing page is fully customizable and it can contain a nearly endless depth of data and information. And I believe, yeah, the expectation was that all of the information would be available on the website should people choose to look for it. The supplementary information decision point for council is what's going to be included in the census portal. So the wall of text that they'll be confronted with before they can answer the question, or that's provided by an enumerator.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to support this amending motion. I think there's been lots of information up there, and I'm kind of the opinion, I don't think we have enough resources to go out and educate every citizen who's going to check the box on the census question anyway. I think this is more than what the average person would understand. If I looked at it, I think it even dilutes it even more because people go, oh my God, it's a $220 million pool. You know, like when we buy our houses, we don't predict what the cost is going to be or cost us in 40 years with new windows and doors and everything. It's the cost of doing business when you're doing it. So I think it just dilutes this even more. So I'm of the opinion, I think it's good to inform, but I think, you know, we're here as leaders to make decisions, and I think even doing what we're doing with the census question and the amount of information is almost overload for some people. You know, and as I've indicated before, we don't even go in to say, oh yeah, by the way, there's going to be an extra how many millions of dollars coming in for taxes that will help offset, a lot of this. So I'm just not in favor of diluting this even further. Okay, nobody else. So Councillor Kelly, you may respond and do your close.
Thank you. So question back to Andrew. Have we decided exactly what information is going to be available to those that take the time to look? Because that's critical to this whole process.
Sure, if you want.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I can just maybe add a little bit more context in terms of where I made reference to. We would provide the link to the aquatics information landing page that we already have. That provides 21 reports, including the recent review. So there is a substantial amount of information that is publicly available. As I mentioned, this is where this has all come from. So that would all be available and better presented through, I think, the website, the development of a project website. So that would be part of it from an information perspective of the specifics to the pool. And again, we've talked about a lot of these things in the review over the past few years. We'd really just want to make sure people understood on that page too why we've changed some of the numbers, just as I presented to you, so that they understand if they looked at the review and see 49 million, but we're talking about a $54 million pool, they understand why the numbers have changed. So I think there is quite a bit of information that will be available and is already available to the public. It will just now be easier to find, if that answers your question.
Well, it doesn't. Thank you. So back to, and this is a follow-up to the comment or question that Councillor Macon had. If we have a link that takes those that bother to look to a link with 40 studies, each of those studies being 50 to 200 pages long, that certainly is too much information. I absolutely would suggest that it is. But if that link takes the citizen to a page that has the information we're looking at here, option 1, 2, or 3, so that they can further gather the package that council dealt with today in summary, will that be available or will it not? Because I want to know that the citizens are going to be able to find in short order the net present value of the cost of this thing. And I'll finish my concluding comments with why that's important.
Okay, I've got Mr. Fleming.
Just through your worship, I believe our intent is to have all of the information in the options available on the website. What we're talking about in terms of the decision is just the supplementary information that, as Mr. Kaiser noted, because the real calculation here is how much are we going to try to get through to the citizen when there's an enumerator standing at their door or when they're clicking through on the census. And that's where you have to be selective. But the intent is that the web page can have any and everything else. And I agree with you, the intent isn't to direct people to 30 studies. There will be summarized information, and the net present value number would be part of that. It just, as was recommended, it wouldn't have been part of the supplementary information. I hope that makes sense.
Well, that helps. Thank you. It removes some of the concern I have with not having it in the supplementary information, but it is important. And it's important to understand that the actual 40-year cost of having the pool isn't $220 million. It's a number much higher. I don't have the number because I didn't do this calculation, but if I said it's in the order of 400 million, I wouldn't be wrong by much. The 220 million that's calculated here is the value of that in today's dollars. And that's a big number. It's a huge number. And I agree with you, Councillor Harris. I think that the citizens, when they see these numbers go and flash in front of them, are right to have concerns, will rightfully have concerns. And I support anybody in administration, put the nicest pictures you can and the nicest schematics and the 3D renderings that you got to support the pool and the position that the pool is going to be nice to have. But let's be equally honest and equally as clear when it comes to talking about the downside of the pool. And the downside of the pool is the cost of the pool. That's it. There is no other downside. It is the cost. I'll remind administration, and because I know everybody's aware of it, but what's the new facility in Sherwood Park? Not Millennium Place, one closer to Highway 16. That pool is 8 years old. They have problems with the main basin and the secondary basin in that pool, and they're yet to figure out, and tile issues, by the way, they're yet to figure out how many millions of dollars it's going to cost to repair those items. And that is why it is important to have the present value calculation so that everybody understands the actual cost. And back to the conversation I had earlier about the proper reserve number, pools are high maintenance and there's a lot of risk in them. And a lot of depreciation happens in a pool. Anyway, I'm done with my comments, Mayor Katcher. You can call the question on this one. Thank you.
Okay, and this is only on the amending motion. If you can put that on the screen, please. Okay, so you're only voting on the amending motion. It is now closed. Please cast your vote. The motion is defeated 4-2, so we'll go back to the main motion. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we were in the speaking order. Councillor Harris, you had been in the speaking order. Okay, so on the main motion now, I'm going back to the rotation. So I was actually next in order for the main motion. And I think my words are very similar. I really wasn't supportive of even having to do this. I really believe that we are leaders and we need to be educating people as to why we need to build for the future And that's what this is all about. I mean, we could go in and start talking about the fact that, oh, well, if Harbor Pool fails, well, now you're going to be spending over $20 a month anyway, driving to Sherwood Park. And then pretty soon they say, well, I'll just live in Sherwood Park for quality of life. You know, this is about building for the future. And as I said before, there's not enough information that we can put out there. Like, it can be loads and loads on our webpage. People want to know, am I going to have a pool? Yes, they want to know what the costs are going to be. But as I said before, they'd also like to know, well, is that a true cost, or is that a false cost just based on only the information that you have today? And I think it's a false cost because of what we actually know. And I'm not going down that rabbit hole anymore. I will support it because council as a whole has said that they want to ask the citizens, they want to ask the citizens, but I really hope the citizens look at this with an open mind, knowing that we only have one swimming pool and that there's going to be future revenues coming in that'll probably more than cover this. And you know, that we are building our community for the future, and I'm not paying for it all in one day. The future generations are going to be paying for this as well, and I think that's an important part of this, and hopefully people will understand that. Okay, Councillor Harris on the main motion.
Well, Madam Mayor, I guess, yeah, we are decision makers, but this is a big ticket item. And ultimately, I think we have to give cause to people to tell us what they think, those who choose to respond. So I'll support it in that context because I think, and I've said all along, I was not at all in favor of this project now or in the near future. But when our population is around 45,000, I felt that is a good threshold to spend this kind of money. That's what I said all along. But I'm going to go along with this in that context because I will be surprised if it passes. And if it does, I'll be then the community is told, the 7 of us, that's what they want, and we'll get after it and we'll build them a skookum pool.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly on the main motion.
Yes, thank you.
Your screen is off.
My apology. Let me get it on. I didn't realize that. Okay, my apology. I'm going to support the motion. It was my thought originally that this had to go to some sort of voter question. I'm going to constantly refer to it as a plebiscite generically. I do think it's important, though, to address the future revenues of the city. Got a novel concept from a government perspective. Here's what could happen with extra monies coming in from the Dow site if, in fact, the project is completed, and it looks like it will be. But you know what? I'll count those chickens when the eggs actually hatch. But here's what could happen to that money. That money could be used to reduce taxes for the citizens and to give the citizens a break. We don't have to sit here today and imagine how we're going to spend the money we're going to get tomorrow. We're making a decision today based on what we have today. And each citizen is aware of the Dow plant. They can factor that into their decision process as they deem appropriate. But certainly from my perspective, I lean toward the comments of Councillor Harris. We're way too young and too small a city to be contemplating a project this size. The present value calculation that I know my fellow councillors are getting tired of hearing about, but that is the value of the mortgage we put on our city when we build this pool. Period. That's what it is. It's an important number to know. I will support the motion though, because Councillor Harris, again, you're absolutely correct. This is not a big ticket item; it's a huge ticket item, and we owe it to our citizens to let them have their say. I'm just concerned that they get the information necessary to actually have an informed decision. And I'm not about to speculate or contemplate on what our citizens may or may not understand or how much time they're willing to take to read to understand. I want to provide them the information. If they don't read it, that's their problem. But I don't want to be found guilty or be found wanting of a failure to provide enough information to make the informed decision. And our policy states, period, we're going to give the information necessary to make the decision. We don't have to speculate on whether or not we're overwhelming, whether or not we're confusing. Decisions aren't that silly, aren't that stupid. They'll figure it out, I assure you. So anyway, I think we're close. And yeah, let's get on with it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen, you're next on the motion.
Yeah, I'll support the motion. I think there has been a lot of intensive research and thought put in to leading up to where we are here right now, and this is the best option going forward. Council was in favor of adding this to the census, and we're going to hear back from the resident base. I expect most people will open this up, look at it, and they'll see a number per average household and weigh a decision. Is that affordable? Is that manageable? And is that something I want? And they'll go from there. I think it'll be a quick decision in a lot of people's minds, and for those that want to pursue investigating it further and seeing full costs and thinking down the road a lot further than 5 or 10 year time frame. They're open to do that. So I think it's a comprehensive method of getting this out there, and we're going to be receiving back the information that we want, and I'll be holding you to the 50.1% that comes back to go ahead with the aquatics facility.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I will be supporting this motion. I didn't actually want a question because I kind of felt that we were elected to make the decision, but council previously decided that a question was a good idea, so I'm going to go with that. Council previously decided that on the census was the best thing, which was also the most economic and probably best results. So I'm going to go with that. So here I will follow the trend and support this because I think these are the best questions, and we'll see what the results are. And I guess then the decision will have to be made if it comes at 50.1. So I'm going to say, people, give out your opinions, and hopefully it's 75-25 one way or another. And then it's a lot more clear.
Thank you. Round 2, Councillor Harris.
Back to the information. I almost think there needs to be tiered level of information. So there's a basic level of information that if that's enough, yeah, I can vote based on that. You told me what it's going to cost me on an annual basis for 30 years. Great, thanks. That's all I need to know. The second level is ultimately taking you down to the next level that ultimately supports that, but gives you a little bit more depth and a little bit more context for some of the stuff that we've already studied to death. Putting in 25 studies in there does nobody any good. Nobody. I don't know anybody would take the time. But probably 2, maybe 3 layers of information. Third layer takes you down to maybe the most appropriate study, the most germane study that you can say that supports the whole need for this particular pool facility. And so, and I say that just in passing to administration, that if you can figure out a way to tier the information as opposed to throwing everything at everybody, which would confuse the heck out of it, how do you keep it simple? And how do you keep it informative? So those are questions that would be rolling around in my brain if I was sitting in your chair. Make it easy and keep it down to 5 pages max.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Macon for close.
Thanks for all the comments. I guess the only thing I'll add is Councillor Harris thinks that is going to be a big fat no, but I'm going to challenge that. I think it's going to be a big fat yes. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, the motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We look forward to all the educational stuff coming out in the next while. And we are going to continue on with the next item, which is bylaw C1-24. We'll have a break after 8.1. So I'll invite Taryn and Craig. Are you coming up too? You are very patient.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Terrence Samra, and I'm a planner here with the City. I'm here to present a brief summary of two bylaws, Bylaw C1-24, amendment to the West Park Area Structure Plan, and Bylaw C2-24, to amend the Land Use Bylaw. These two amendments are presented together as the applications are being processed concurrently. In the council package, a technical report was included to provide detailed analysis of the amendments and justification. To begin, in October of 2023, Davis Consulting Group, on behalf of West Park Land Company, approached administration regarding their next development stage in Forest Ridge. They proposed a mix of different housing types, which include standard-sized single-detached and semi-detached dwellings. They also proposed a unique housing product not seen in Fort Saskatchewan. This would be multi-attached townhouses and semi-detached houses on compact, narrow lots. An example of the multi-attached product can be seen on the screen. The characteristics that make this housing product unique is the additional building height, reduced site depth, reduced site width, and the reduced minimum parking requirement for two-story developments. This unique housing development would be accessed by a lane and can accommodate rear-attached or rear-detached garages. To accommodate this proposed development, the standard single detached and semi-detached dwellings could be developed on RC district lots. The RC district is a standard district within the land use bylaw and commonly used for single detached, semi-detached, and multi-attached dwellings. But what about the proposed housing product on compact narrow lots? The RC district can accommodate the new product due to the RC regulations. As you remember, this housing product is new and unique, unseen in Fort Saskatchewan, which also means other districts within the land use bylaw can accommodate, as those regulations wouldn't allow this product to be developed. Therefore, through collaboration between administration and the developer, a new special district was created called FRSO, Forest Ridge Street-Oriented Residential Development. This district would be used only to accommodate this new unique housing product and would only be used in Forest Ridge. As for location, the single detached and semi-detached product that would be accommodated by the RC district will be developed in the areas highlighted in blue. The new FRSO housing product will only apply to the areas shown in yellow. The remaining undeveloped areas would be classified as urban reserve until an appropriate district for development is required. To include the FRSO district and to redistrict lands for the proposed development, a land use bylaw must be amended. However, before moving forward with the amendment to the land use bylaw, it must be considered if amendments conforms with other planning documents. In this case, does it conform with the West Park Area Structure Plan and Forest Ridge Outline Plan? These planning documents must be amended before the land use bylaw. We'll first start with the West Park Area Structure Plan. The purpose of the amendment to the West Park Area Structure Plan is to allow for replication and to create flexibility for development of the FRSO district. When speaking with the developer, the FRSO product may come forward to administration again to be developed. Therefore, amending this specific area within the area structure plan allows for replication and flexibility. Next would be the amendment to the outline plan. Similar to the West Park Area Structure Plan, the purpose of the outline plan amendment is to provide flexibility for the FRSO district. An outline plan's purpose is to articulate finer grain detail such as block configuration and road and lane locations. If the developer decides to develop more multi-attached townhouses, an amendment to the outline plan is required, as it must be shown at the block level on the outline plan where the multi-attached product will be located. As for reference, the proposed outline map shows the location of the FRSO 2-story and 3-story development. Please note the outline plan amendments are decided by council resolution rather than by bylaw. The amendment will be brought forward to council decision prior to the second and third reading of bylaw C2-24. Should council give first reading to the bylaws, a public hearing will be advertised in the Fort Saskatchewan Record. Landowners within 100 meters of the proposed development will be mailed a notice. A copy of the proposed bylaw will be available on the city's website, and the target date for the public hearing is March 12, 2024. And at this time, I'd like to answer any questions minister or council may have for administration.
Okay, and just before we begin, so you're talking about both of them consecutively. When we do the motions, we'll do them individually, but the questions are basically the same for both, correct?
That is correct, Mayor Katcher.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Harris, you're first. Clarifying questions.
When the time comes, I'd be prepared to put one or the other motions on, depending on how you want to proceed with it, Madam Mayor. My question, though, and I'm prepared to give this first reading, obviously, because we'll get it on the books, and I think it's kind of a novel concept. And you showed one map that maybe I missed in our package, that one there. That wasn't in our package, was it?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, no, it wasn't.
Well,
it didn't include
that I find is probably much more informative as background information than the stuff that respects the bylaw, which we need to pass. But looking at one of the maps that's shown in there that shows Ficus, and it shows the 3-story onto an alleyway and the 2-story onto an alleyway. My biggest concern when I look at a project like this, and I make this by way of a commentary as to what will be the uses behind the 3-story, because I wouldn't want to build a house with a 3-story building behind me staring in my backyard. Quite frankly, I think that's offensive. It's an invasion of privacy. However, if we could see what ultimately will be behind there, obviously there'll be some on the flanking street and some on the behind it. So that's information that I say I would need to ultimately support this to go through in relation to a 3-story product in that location. It's novel. I don't doubt that. And I guess the closest thing that I can suggest ultimately that we've got, and this is my question. We've got some 3-story product over across from the hospital, and it's backing onto one another. Is that the kind of the look that we would have in this area if it was a 3-story? I mean, you gave us pictures, and it didn't show where the garages were, so I didn't understand kind of what that was all about, because off-street, on-street storage is really important. So is that a similar kind of product?
Through your worship to Councillor, which product are you referring to?
Well, it's right beside the new seniors assisted facility,
the Clio
right across
product,
from the hospital.
Okay, yes.
And that's 3-story, multifamily, attached, detached, whatever you want to call it. What's that? Is that what they're contemplating here?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, yeah, it would be that type of product where, because in the Clio site, like you have the garage on the main floor, and then you have a second and third story, so it would be that type of. Similar to that type of product.
Okay, so no basements, that sort of thing, and you did make reference to that. So, here, this is something. So everything behind it, what would you envision, or what does the developer envision would be behind it? Would it be RC development? Would it be higher density duplex, similar to what's over on Willow Link? What would it be?
Through your worship, so at this time it would be considered as low density. Like the FRSO district, it's a mix of low and medium, but to insert the medium, the outline plan has to be amended. So as of right now, if no other changes, like if the developer wasn't interested in developing any more of this new 3-story product, or then it would just remain as low density.
Well, I can say from my point of view, I would find that very difficult. It'd be like a sore thumb.
Okay, we're not debating, just out. Questions. You can debate when you get into a motion.
Oh, it was so much fun. So, okay, sorry. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and then I'll have more conversation once emotions put it forward. But first of all, what's the current narrowest lots for a townhouse?
Through your worship, Council, are you referring to this district or like within the land use bylaw in general?
Anywhere in Fort Saskatchewan. What's the current smallest townhouse lot we have?
Your worship, Council, Blizzard, 20 feet.
20
feet.
Wait, we're in meters here. And I have been switching 6.1 meters. So we're almost half of that. And what about for semi-detached?
The worship, Council, I don't know off the top of my head what the.
Well, I did see a drawing here, depending on the zone. There's a 7.9, 7.3. Is that maybe around the ballpark?
Yeah, your worship, the council, we did take some examples from the land use bylaw, and actually, now that I kind of remember, yeah, I believe the minimum would have been 7.3 in this.
So we're looking at less than half. So here's a question I have because it came up, and I hope it's a question. If not, it'll come later. But so this one, we're looking at 3.6 for the minimum lot width.
The minimum, yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
So I'm looking at Appendix D technical drawings at the page 5 on the right side, which is this district. You have a picture of a semi-detached, and it's showing that it's 3.6 meter wide lot. And then we have a 1.4 meter wide, 1.4 meter wide side yard, or sorry, 1.2, right?
What?
Correct?
Your worship, Councilor, 1.2.
So that leaves 2.4 meters for the building?
Through your worship, Councilor, yes, that 2.4, I believe, which would be 8 feet.
So you have
this is the minimum that you could build at. It doesn't mean you have to build it at this.
So you're saying an 8 foot wide building is reasonable?
Through your worship, Councilor, that I wouldn't say reasonable. I say it can be done, but
well, that's what the drawing shows, and I think if that's allowed, that is going to happen.
Your worship, Councillor Blizzard, maybe I'll add to that. The intent with the 3.6 meter wide lot for a townhouse would be an interior unit, so it wouldn't be subject to that side yard. So there would not be a situation where it would be an 8 foot wide building.
Okay, well, I'm looking at, then clarify the next drawing for me, because just below that same page is the townhouse drawing, and you're showing, yes, the middle ones, but the outside is 3.6 with a 1.2 meter side yard, which makes that unit 8 feet again.
Through your worship, Councilor, no, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's all I have for now. I'll have more later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, questions?
Thank you. I had questions along the same lines as Councillor Blizzard that just finished. So the contemplated width of these buildings on the interior, I think, if I read properly, gets down to 12 feet. Is that correct?
Through your worship, Councilor Kelly, sorry, I don't understand. Could you repeat the question?
I thought I read that the building envelopes would be from 12 to 20 feet, that are 12 to 16 feet, something like that. But a minimum size for building allowed of 12 feet wide. Am I correct with that?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yes, that's correct. So 3.6 meters would equate to 12 feet. So that would be the minimum width of a townhouse unit.
And it does refer to actually 12 feet at some point in the information. I'm skeptical. I got to tell you, I have serious concerns about that. I don't know how that functions in the real world. I did do a bit of reading on row housing, and what I came up with suggested
we're not debating, we're just asking questions. I shut everybody else down.
I'll save that for later. Thank you, Mayor Katcher. I'll move on. Will these row houses, will this development be subject to some kind of condominium plan? If it were multi-story, I believe there would have to be a condominium plan. I'm not certain about this.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, likely not. These are going to be fee simple lots. So each unit will be on its own separate parcel of land. So typically that would not be a condominium arrangement.
Not even a bare land type condo?
Through your worship,
What I'm
Councillor
driving-
Kelly. No, it wouldn't. Bare land would be a different type of a situation.
Okay, fair enough. I don't understand. Do you not see problems in the future as these buildings age and different owners are able to maybe paint or reshingle and some owners maybe not? I imagine this to be a real headache about 15 years down the road. Do you not share those concerns?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, no, I would disagree with that. I do know we have similar other product for multi-attached within Fort Saskatchewan as well. I don't notice that being an issue.
Okay, leave it at that. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Harris, you wanted to put the motions on? Macon.
So do we have to do each? Well, we got two motions here.
You have
what
to
am
do
I
them
doing?
separately.
I would move motion number 1 as presented in the council report.
Do you want them read in just as they are simplified on there?
Well, in the interest of time, when I make reference to the report, I'm moving motion number 1. If you want motion 1 and 2 as presented in the report, they're obviously different without having to read it all. Do we really need to have to read it all if we're all agreeing that we're looking at the same report?
No, you can just put as presented.
Thank you.
Okay.
As presented.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
I'm prepared to, and I may not necessarily agree to it in the final analysis. Getting it on the table first reading is what we do. And I think ultimately when we get to the point of having a public hearing, there'll be appropriate advertisement and we should give notice to the public and we'll see ultimately what comes out of that. And I respect the fact that the developer is trying to be innovative here. I expressed my concerns about having 3-story buildings and then who knows whatever's behind it. I don't know. And that was the first time we saw that picture that you showed us. That's critical. That's important. So you can see the transition between tall properties, and if there's 2-story houses, duplexes behind them, for example, that's not so bad. But if it was a single family home, 1-story bungalow, then that would be problematic. Now, maybe it's that those types of products aren't built anymore because the density is forcing us to go with taller, narrower properties. Well, I guess that's left to be determined. So on that basis, I'm moving the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon on discussion and debate.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. I appreciate everyone's comments. I do believe that we need to be good stewards of our land, and with the decreased amount of farmland out there, I do actually like these developments. I do like these new innovative streets that they're bringing forward. I think the fact that they're tall, overlooking maybe a 2-story home in the back is for the potential buyer to be concerned about. But I do wonder, looking at the future, how much sprawl we can keep doing, and we do need to do these condensed lots and housing. So I will support this motion. I look forward to the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Okay, I'm going to support it because it's first reading, but I definitely have some concerns, and I think if things aren't changed at some point, 8-foot wide should not be allowed. So that should be changed somehow, that it has to be wider for those end units. And duplexes, you're looking at 8 feet there. That, I mean, you can say, well, gee, if they would decide to do it, but you put it in there, it's going to be done. I actually had a tour sometime last year in the summer of some housing units, innovative housing units, and I went into a place that was 11 feet wide, and these are going to be just over 11 feet. It's not 12 feet. It's 11.8. It's under. You could almost touch, not quite, but I was standing in the middle of the garage and you weren't far off because there's stairs involved still, and it's tight. They did a pretty decent job of it, but they also had it where there were other units and wider. So I don't know how a whole street will fare with having one parking stall in the garage, hopefully one outside. I've seen some pads where you can't fit a car. And then they end up parking on the other end. When they're this narrow, you'd have a hard time each unit having a car in front. It just allows a lot of congestion. Then I'm looking at discretionary uses, and one of them is to allow suites. So now you have this tiny narrow place and you could potentially have a suite in there, which would probably add another car because lots of people do drive, and it seems to me like you can't outlaw cars. So you can't say, hey, that person can rent, but they're not allowed a car. So I just see a lot of congestion with this. So unless it's fixed up, it'll be interesting to see. And public engagement is great, but this is an area where people aren't living. So I don't know that we're going to see a whole lot of engagement yet, but it scares me, these narrower and narrower. I find we're getting to the point, what's the limit? Do we go down to 8 feet? Do we go down to 6 feet? Do we have a door and we just go straight back and your bed barely squeezes in? Those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen on the motion.
Yeah, first reading, so we'll support the motion. I share some of these concerns. I think we have a few neighborhoods in Fort Saskatchewan where traffic congestion certainly is an issue, and then it becomes extremely problematic for people in the winter when there's snow that piles up during a heavy snow season. So that's a concern here. I also agree with Councillor Kelly. I'm not sure how one person here in this building envelope type reshingles or replaces siding on their own without interfering with the abutting neighbor. So yeah, happy to support the first reading. We'll likely have some further questions when it comes back.
Okay, thank you. And it's important if you have any questions. I do believe the developer sitting in the back taking notes. So I'm sure he'll be here for public hearing. And if you want your questions, he can get those written down today. So I will support first reading. I think it's very important that we allow for the due process that we have. And as we heard from Heartland Housing, we need to have open minds and an open conversation. So I think we have to go back and revisit and take away that. So I will support first reading as well. Councillor Harris on close on first reading.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say in counterpoint to Councillor Macon's comment about, the destruction of good arable farmland, this was anything but good arable farmland. It was scrub, it was sandy, there was no agricultural value. I think the comment makes sense going forward in relation to our annexed areas. So when we look at increased density there, I think ultimately that makes a lot of sense because we are potentially then getting higher levels of development on what was once really good class 1 farmland by and large. This was anything, but if it was class 43, I would have been surprised. And so the developer ultimately has now come up with a concept that ultimately increases their lot density and yield. And I think that is very positive for the developer. Do I think it's good for the community overall? I've said I'm not supportive of zero lot lines by and large, but I guess let's see where this thing goes. And those are my closing comments.
Okay, thank you. So this is on the first reading of bylaw C1-24. It is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Did you want to continue with the next one?
So that would be moving recommendation number 2.
Yeah, C2-24.
Okay, so the council get first reading of bylaw C2-24 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 with the 3 conditions listed before, and that a public hearing be scheduled.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I think we've said it all. The developer's here. He's listened to what we've had to say. We'll see what comes out of it. Thanks.
Thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Anything further? Not seeing any. Anything on close?
No.
All right. Thank you. The motion is closed. On C2-24, please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, thank you. Are we good to go on to the next? Thank you very much. Okay. Everybody's good? Okay.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't get your attention, Mayor Catcher. 5 minutes, please. I need to stretch.
Okay. It's 7 minutes after, so let's do quarter after. Give everybody 8 minutes. Okay, we will resume. Councillor Kelly, are you there?
I am.
Okay, we'll start with your first notice of motion. If you'd like to read it in.
Yeah, thank you. The first one, I move that council direct administration to assign personnel to monitor the activities of Arrow Utilities and report back to council on a timely basis.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. You may speak to it.
Thank you. Just to go back in time a little bit, the two motions that I presented, notices of motion, this one and the second one, were a response to events that became apparent during our budget process and were driven home, at least to myself, when we got the request, I guess, the information bulletin from the Duke County, where they said that they had approached the minister to lobby for support of the grant monies to go to Air Utilities. In that bulletin, though, the Duke County also expressed its concerns with the process and what had happened. I think what happened at Aero Utilities was news to myself. I suspect news to most of council, if not all of council, with the exception probably with the exception of Councillor Harris. Aero Utilities has entered into a construction program to build what is now forecasted to be something like a $160 million project. It doesn't have the capital reserves to fund that project. It does not have the debt servicing capacity to fund that project. And I'm not sure what will happen if, in fact, the $50 million is not received from the provincial government. Having said all of that, it came as a surprise to the city of Fort Saskatchewan, I believe, certainly to myself. The Municipal Government Act states that regional services commissions will act like corporations. There's a significant difference. In corporations, the shareholders are not liable for the debts of the corporation. That's why, in fact, corporations were created by the British hundreds of years ago. In regional services corporations, regional services commissions, the members are and more importantly, the taxpayers of the members are ultimately responsible for the debts of the Regional Services Commission, simply because we cannot walk away from it. We require on a daily basis the critical services that Aero Utilities provides to our community, provides to the 400,000 residents of the area surrounding the city of Edmonton. It's not sure at this juncture how exactly this is going to be paid for. It can be safely assumed that the rates to be borne by our taxpayers into the future are going to be significantly higher than they are now. It would have been beneficial, I believe, for full communication between Aero Utilities and the members to have transpired before the decision to go ahead with construction was made. That full communication always is a two-way street. You not only speak, but you also listen. Members could have had time to digest the Aero plan and commented back on it on an informed basis. We weren't given that opportunity. So now we find ourselves in a situation where the contract has been tendered. It is not likely possible. Certainly my discussions with Councillor Harris would indicate, and Councillor Harris, you can correct me if I'm wrong, would indicate that in fact that the process isn't stoppable. The project is progressing. Going forward, what that means in my mind is that we need to have a thorough understanding of the impacts that this will have on our citizens as this progresses over the next couple of years. I'm not in a position to tell Mr. Fleming how to do his job, but I would imagine that personnel, if council should go with this motion, that the proper personnel to prescribe or assign to this project would be personnel with a strong financial backing, a strong governance backing. We don't need engineers. This is not an engineering question. This has now become a financial question. How is this affordable going into the future? What's it going to do to our rates? And I'll remind council that for the last several years now, we've had administration personnel helping with the Water Commission and reporting back to reporting back to council at almost every council meeting on the actions and progress and issues surrounding the Water Commission. I would think that this type of process would be very helpful with regards to Arrow Utilities as well. I found the experience, and I sit on the Water Commission board, I found the experience of working with administration to be extremely positive. We get better results when there's multiple brains beating over the same issue. So I'd encourage council to think about it hard. I would encourage council to support this resolution. And before I let go, I'll just advise council that it is not my intention tonight to proceed with my second notice of motion. I will let that drop on the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that information. So we're only going to be dealing with the first notice of motion. On discussion and debate, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I have a number of things I want to say in response to Councillor Kelly. And part of it, the biggest part is to put his mind at ease and the minds of council and our community at ease in relation to what has transpired over the last little while in relation to Arrow Utilities' decision to proceed with a plant expansion of the wastewater treatment facility. The concept of an expansion of the wastewater treatment facility was first put on the capital plan in 2012. And it was a placeholder at that point in time because ultimately, we weren't sure what the growth, or the board at the time was not sure what the growth in the community would be like going forward. But nonetheless, it ultimately was deemed to be an expansion project that was slated for initial construction starting in 2024, this year, for final construction completion and commissioning in 2026. So we're slightly ahead of that timeline. And there are a number of reasons why we are ahead of that timeline. One is because we've been approached through EPCOR and a private sector company to look at supplying treated effluent to the plant for the production of hydrogen. And that represents, and we've seen in the last year and a half, that represents a revenue opportunity for the Commission to offset the cost of operation. Under normal circumstances, the Commission is only entitled to pay for operation and capital costs through rate. And that is the rate that's charged for flow rate, which residences and businesses would pay based on the amount of water they consume and send down the pipe. Industrial customers pay an overstrength charge, especially like Sherritt or Dow Sherritt or some of the rendering plants and the big plants that produce a lot of ammonia and phosphorus. That's hard to treat. And we have 3 trains right now which are considered to be biological nutrient removal, which uses bugs to break down the sewage over time. And then it's treated and it goes out to the river, back to the water course, which was within our operating parameters by the province. So what happened of late, to put it in simple terms, and I have to thank Councillor Kelly for all the questions that he's posed, and we've been floating back and forth. I don't agree with a lot of his suppositions and those concerns, but they've caused me to reflect on it, and I think our administration at the Arrow Utilities to reflect on it in terms of how we go forward. And coming out of that, the board, and I can tell you, every member of the board of the 13 municipalities is highly concerned about where we are. Not because of how we got here, but ultimately being able to meet the needs of growth in our community. And so we undertook to do the project to expand, to be able to provide treated effluent to this third-party company for the production of hydrogen, and we are negotiating an agreement to that extent. It would have been nice if we'd been able to negotiate all that stuff up front, but it's been a work in progress. And so the board and our administration at Arrow Utilities has been trying to do their best to get this thing to the point where ultimately we can say, yes, we can do that, and we've moved in that regard. We've basically tendered on design build. There's different terminology, but suffice to say, we've entered into that agreement. We're working with the contractor to cost out a very complicated process and plant. We are moving in train 4 to a membrane treatment process, which is different than what we currently have. And it will give us the ability to treat the effluent to a higher standard for, one, sale, to drive revenue that can be then used to offset costs of operations and capital. And the board is working to that end. But to that end, and for the angst that it may have created because of the way it came down or the decision was made at the board, I think the board is cognizant of that and has indicated that we want to modify the governance functions within the Wastewater Commission, within Arrow Utilities, do a couple of things. So we just recently approved two committees, standing committees, the Finance and Audit Committee, and that committee will be looking at the financial operation and planning going forward, which will give us a much more focused opportunity to respond and plan for the financial wherewithal and well-being of the utility. We've also created a second standing committee, which is called our Governance and HR Committee. And that particular committee and the board has passed a motion at the last board meeting directing the committee, when it is stood up, which it recently was, and I was elected as chair, to undertake a neutral, independent, third-party review of this project. So the way I'm approaching it, and I'm going to suggest to the members of the committee, and ultimately we will recommend a terms of reference for the study to the board of Arrow Utilities, that that we will undertake to do a post-project review, not at the end of the project, but in the not too distant future. We'll commence probably into the second quarter of 2024. And I think it's to look at the learnings and to what happened and why did we do what we did and what was the data and the information against which we made those decisions, and to create a transparency that we can share with our stakeholders of 13-member municipalities. And I think the lessons learned are to talk about ultimately what we need to do as a board to be totally cognizant of the financial and operational impacts that the board has to make from time to time. Councillor Kelly was correct. It's a $166 million project. We have tendered this basically on a construction cost basis because we're in a time of exceptional construction inflation. It would have been nice if we weren't in the environment that we are, but we are. And if we waited for a couple more years, chances are that we'd be in the same environment. We'd still be looking at the same costs. And the costs of that project have to be made up through the rate payable by our ratepayers, by our utility subscribers. And there's no getting around that. And that is generating a significant a rate increase, which the board was loath to do, but we had to. So we're in a situation where the board is going to go out and do a neutral, independent, third-party investigation or review, if you will, post-project review, with appropriate engagement. Like I say, I'm the chair of this committee, and the committee is just working to create that terms of reference. And part of that will be involving engagement with key stakeholders so that we can get appropriate feedback from people. But when you look at public engagement, public participation, sometimes you engage people to gather information to make decisions, and sometimes you undertake engagement to inform people as to why you're doing what you're doing. Not necessarily ask them for their opinion, but to tell them why we're doing what we're doing and why. And I think the board, each member, and I certainly believe it, can look at this decision-making process and suggest we probably could have done it in a slightly different manner. But we are trying to assist a major utility and a private sector company in meeting their needs from business case, which ultimately also benefits the province. We have pursued an advocacy strategy to try to convince the government, provincial government, that they should help fund this project to the extent that it will benefit their hydrogen agenda. And we are confident that the province will indeed allocate grant funding for this project. In the past, the province has not funded any municipal utility service commission like ours because operating and capital costs were deemed to be the responsibility of the users and of the customers. But this is a different circumstance, so we are highly confident from what we've had by way of conversation with the province that they will indeed fund this project with an appropriate capital grant from the province. So that said, we still have to pay for the balance of the project, and the Finance and Audit Committee is going to be charged with the responsibility of doing further analysis to look at the payback over time of that project. Councillor Kelly made the comment that yes, we will go over our debt limit, and we are seeking provincial approval for that. The debt limit and those things are arbitrary numbers by and large. But we believe we have a convincing business case that would suggest that it does make sense to move in this direction. And quite frankly, we're at the point where we have an agreement with EPCOR Utilities. And so if you didn't know already, the southern municipalities, Beaumont, Leduc County, and the International Airport, Nisku, ultimately, all of the effluent that is generated in those communities, in those areas, comes to the Gold Bar treatment plant, which EPCOR treats on our behalf. We have a swap agreement on a one-to-one basis with EPCOR that requires us to take effluent from Northeast Edmonton. And we have not been able to meet our obligations in that regard because our plant is pretty much maxing out because of the high load that we get from industry, and it has to be treated, in particular phosphorus and ammonia. So that is it in a nutshell. That's the justification for the project. The board is moving forward in post haste to make adjustments in our internal processes to be able to report back as to why and to try find ways to utilize the revenue that will come out of this agreement with this third-party company. So we are confident that we needed the project from that standpoint to meet growth in the region, and we've made the decisions on that basis. So we're moving in that regard, and that's all I can say. So at this point in time, administration can monitor the activities of the board, but it's my responsibility as a member of the council that's on this board to report back. And we will be making changes, improvements in our communication protocols in terms of our reporting back. We recognize there are deficiencies in that area and it can be improved. Do we need to have a member of our staff or a consultant sitting in the board listening to the same thing I'm listening to? I don't think that's necessary. And I appreciate Councillor Kelly for bringing this up, but I don't think this motion really is necessary because I will endeavor to report back to council so that you understand what the board is doing, and I will commit to doing that, and ensuring that we've got the information that we need going forward. So I would suggest this motion is not required.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon on the motion.
Thank you. We've seen a lot of information about Arrow Utilities and this project, and a lot of new information going back and forth, and a lot of discussion. I would say for me, my concerns about the actions of Arrow Utilities have not been satisfied, and so I do believe it is necessary to send administration to those meetings. So I will be voting accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Well, first of all, maybe I just totally misunderstood, and maybe Councillor Harris can answer this, but you kind of made it sound like you're going to produce hydrogen. You're just taking a future hydrogen plant or something and wastewater feed. You're not, the Aero Utilities is not producing hydrogen.
No,
Okay.
Aero Utilities has been approached by a third-party company
Okay, nope,
to
that's
supply
fine. I
treated
just wanted to
effluent to
clarify
them for their hydrogen production processes. They have a contract with Imperial Oil to supply hydrogen, and so this supply of treated effluent is crucial to that company to do that, and it's a revenue stream for Aero Utilities.
Okay. I do have some concerns with some of the things that has been done. Number one is the Aero Utilities spending the money on rebranding when, you know, obviously money's tight to begin with. But anyway, that's aside. I'm going to ask our CAO here, what would be the cost of having someone attend? Do we have someone that can attend? What would be the cost? And do you recommend it?
Through your worship, there's nobody within the staff that has the capacity to take this on. This was similar when we started taking on more work with the Water Commission. We found contract help, and that's the resources that we used to follow that one. So I'd probably just follow a similar approach to this and just have contract help essentially bolster our capacity to let us do this. I think off the top of my head, depending on how many meetings there are and how much time is taken, I would say it's probably going to be around $8,000 for a year for the impact. If council does approve this, what I would probably do is add it into the final budget approval that comes forward in April or May or whatever, and then it would be included.
Okay, and my last part was, you know, do you recommend this? Is this something that maybe we've done it with other commissions? I don't see a harm in it.
Yeah, through your worship, I actually think it comes down to the preference of council on this one. If council feels the need for additional information or supplementary information, then it's really at the will of council.
Okay, and as far as new feedstock, another question for, can I do one more? So the new subdivisions that are being built in Strathcona County, would they also feed into this new plant? So there'll be future customers coming there?
Okay. Okay, he can answer that after, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to support this motion. I think what this motion does, so is it reminds us, as all the boards and committees that we sit on, we all have a responsibility to report into council periodically about what's going on. I know I report on the EMRB all the time. We have Heartland that comes in and presents. Heartland Housing comes in and presents. The Policing Committee comes in and presents. You know, so for me, adding, you know, spending $8,000 to have someone go sit out there and take some notes, I don't think that's a good use of taxpayers' money. I think this is just a clear reminder to us of our responsibilities, and also a reminder that if they go in camera, that person isn't going to be allowed to be in camera anyway. So they can sit there and sit on the backside of a meeting and listen to, you know, some basic stuffs. But at the end of the day, it's up to the members of council to be reporting back. And if Mr. Fleming does get direction to do this, that person has to report back to him, and then he will report back to us. So I'm just not sure this is a good use of our taxpayers' dollars. And I think Councillor Harris has indicated that they've set up finance and audit now. And I think they've actually going to probably take some power away from executive director. And I think this is a good model, because then the board's actually starting to become a working board, and they have the information. So that's just where I'm sitting with this. All right. Let's see. Round 2, we're going on to Councillor Kelly.
you. I appreciate everything that Councillor Harris said, but with respect, I think everything you spoke to, Councillor Harris, speaks to the culture that has evolved at Arrow Utilities. It's not appropriate in my mind, again with respect, to say it would have been nice if we had the contract before we started to build. The fact that you don't have the contract, you can't make the business case. You say you have a business case, but you don't have the price yet. So you don't have a business case. So I honestly consider it to be a severe miss. I look at the more recent news board briefs that Arrow Utilities has sent out. One of the more recent ones you and I traded information on. There was a comment that 20 million liters per day of the 33 that the new plant would handle are already accounted for. Quite simply, they're not accounted for. The North Edmonton handling wastewater from North Edmonton that you referred to in the swap agreement, that comes from future growth. Unless I'm wrong, maybe there's a trunk line that's going to be redirected and that feed is going to come immediately, but there's certainly been no indication of that in any of the materials I've read, and you've not indicated that in the past. So I drive the point for all of this is the culture. $8,000 per annum. I'll just remind Council that the 2024 rate increase for the city of Fort Saskatchewan is pulling an extra $1 million per year out of Fort Saskatchewan. The 2025 budgeted rate provided by Arrow is going to pull $2 million in that calendar year out of Fort Saskatchewan, and the rates are going to continue to go up. In addition, and here's where it really becomes important as well, Arrow's debt limit is going to be tapped out. And there's going to be stuff that arises in the normal course of business that needs to be dealt with. And there will not be a debt limit to allow them perhaps to deal with it. In fact, I think Arrow's already indicated that they're going to have to put their capital plan, the rest of their capital plan on hold. So there are financial concerns. There is a culture at Arrow. There is the culture, in my mind, continues with their communications. And I gave the example of the accounted for. The accounted for, by the way, also included 7 million liters per day from Dow. That's what I was told. It's rather doubtful that Dow's going to send anywhere close to 7 million liters per day. They certainly have not historically. So I don't like doing this, but it is with complete frustration that I put this motion forward. $8,000 per annum versus the $3 million that we're going to have spent by the end of 2025. 8,000 is not even a drop in the wind. I'm not looking for somebody to just go to the meetings and take notes. Absolutely not. I'm looking for somebody to go to these meetings, like I said, with a financial background and a governance background that can report on an unbiased manner back to our council and our administration so that we as members can have an informed voice in the future of Arrow Utilities. I don't think, and again, with respect, I don't think that the formation of committees is going to change the culture. It might, but I don't think that's going to be enough to change the culture. So, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'll have some closing comments, but I'd encourage council to think about this harder, and I'm not trying to do it. This motion isn't in place to try to embarrass anybody. It is out of a sincere concern. Things didn't have to go the way they did. The type of contract that was entered into did not have to go the way it did. The rush was strictly and solely for Air Products needs. And in fact, there's still no contract in place defining what the rate will be. The business plan is prepared and presented, included a comment that in fact Air Products would pay for the train capital, and that's not any more part of the business plan. So I don't know what happened. Our communication is weak between Air Products, and it's not just the councillor. I think there's some lost in interpretation. Again, I stress, I think there's a cultural problem with Air Products. Pardon me, not Air Products. Absolutely not Air Products, Air Utilities. And most importantly, on a go-forward basis, this council needs to be informed and be abreast, and so does our administration. And I truly don't think an estimated maybe it's $10,000 per year to attend 6 meetings and think about the things that Air Product talks about. I don't think that's a big expense. I really don't. I think it's minuscule in comparison.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor Katcher.
Okay, and I'll just say to everybody, I've given the mover and the person who sits on the committee a lot of latitude to provide a lot of more detailed information than I think is probably required. The motion is about sending a person to report back. So I'm just going to ask everybody if they can just narrow it down a little bit so we can get through this. Councillor Harris.
Your Worship, I think my commentary has been aimed at suggesting this is not a necessary decision to make, because we are improving communication processes. The individual will not be part of any of the confidential in-camera sessions that we have. They'll be sitting in the meeting listening to exactly the same thing I'm listening to and every other board member, and I don't see the value there. I can undertake, and I will undertake, to report back to council so that you ensure all of the things that I talked about in the previous 10 minutes are basically fulfilled. One, that we do an appropriate justification or review of the project from the standpoint of where it came from, how it got to here, and where it's going. And that's the most crucial thing. This is the biggest project that the Commission has undertake since it was first stood up in the mid-'80s. When the plant and all of the transmission and the sewage affluent transmission system was constructed by the province. And so we're at a time where up to this point in time, the culture was what it was. There were two general managers that were members or that directed. We have a brand new executive director who has inherited a tired organization, and she's taking significant steps to change the culture of the organization with the injection of appropriate resources to achieve better strategic outcomes. So there's no question that change is afoot and change is happening. And to say that we haven't learned from this experience would be the wrong statement. I will undertake to report back to council. I think even $8,000 is a waste of city resources for this. Because we will get better information out of Arrow, and I will ensure that happens, and then I will report back on a timely basis. So while I appreciate Councillor Kelly's motion, I think it's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary expense. Okay. It's a waste.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Blizzard and then Councillor Kelly to close, please.
Yep, I was just going to vote, but I think I want to explain how I'm going to vote because I definitely still have some huge concerns here. One of the biggest ones, I guess, is we have asked Arrow Utilities to come to present. The library does, the police department, what do you call it? Police Commission Advisory does, Heartland Housing does, and they've been requested to come and have not been here yet. This has been going on. So to me, that's a huge concern. Why can't they make time for a member commission? There's not that many towns. But I'm not going to support this right now. But if these increases keep going, and we're going to see next year how it goes, if Councillor Kelly doesn't bring it back, I'll bring this back, the same motion. So we need some more answers in the meantime. And the other thing is, in the meantime, these meetings, I believe, are public, except for when they go on camera. So if anyone especially an accountant, would like to attend, they certainly can, and maybe get some more information, because I definitely feel we do need some more information.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Kelly to close.
Councillor Blizzard, you're correct. And that was going to be part of my closing comment. Again, to reference the culture at Arrow Utilities. We did invite the CEO of Arrow, I think early December or late November, to come to our council so we could chat about what's going on. I haven't asked Troy, but I've not heard back. Council hasn't heard back that in fact a date has been set. I am aware, and I can advise you that the County of Leduc made the same request also in November. They have received, I'm told, confirmation that the CEO will visit their council March 23rd. That's 4 months after a request. Now, I don't 4 months, and at this particular juncture, by the way, when I'm going to suggest the fat is in the fire. Councillor Blizzard, I'd encourage, and I thank you for your indication of how you would vote. I would encourage you to think hard. Things aren't going to change, and if we wait a year, it's going to be a 1 year longer into the process before we understand what's going on. I think maybe you hinted that I should go to the meetings. That would be great. I think I work pretty hard at council, just like you do. I'm not looking to go to more meetings to try to understand the boards that I don't sit on. I spend a lot of time working on the boards that I do actually sit on. So I think I see a split vote here, which is going to be, in my mind, incredibly unfortunate, but it is what it is. So call a question, Mayor Katcher.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is defeated 3-3. All right, so we will move on. Councillor Kelly, you indicated that you withdrew your next motion, notice of motion. Are there any other notice of motions anybody wants to put forward? Going once, going twice. No. All right. Any points of interest? And I would just point out the points of interest, these are here for council to give updates on your boards and committees of anything that's interest. And if there's anything confidential, then it's the opportunity to at least let us know that you want to present in camera if there's something that's confidential. Okay, not seeing any councillor inquiries to administration. Not seeing any. I will entertain a motion to go in camera. Councillor Nguyen.
I'll move that council enter in camera to discuss matters under FOIP.
Thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. We are now going to move in camera. Thank you.